Hey everybody, welcome to the Spear Adventures Guild. My name's Dave, your humble dungeon master, host, friend, and today, fundraiser. We are kicking into high gear as part of the Greyhawk Creatives Megastream Fundraiser event for St. Jude. We're going to tell you a little bit more about that in just a minute. We want to say thank you very much for joining us today, middle of the day on a Saturday, which is not when we normally stream, but we're here. And we're here for a great cause. I want to quickly get over to the awesome folks that have volunteered to join me today in this quest. We're gonna be questing into the lost desert, the bright desert, as it were. And I'm gonna introduce you to my friends. So here we are. These are today's players. Hey guys, how are you?
Hello. What's up?
So good.
You guys look
Doing
so
great.
good, so ready for whatever happens. Complete chaos is the likely culprit, I would say, the way things go around here. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. So we're getting into this fundraiser event. That's the reason that we're here today. This is a one shot that we put together that is going to go off the rails in a hurry. We've got kind of a side pool going to figure out how long it's going to take before you, the chat, get involved to get crazy. I'm going to put a little welcome message in here to give you a little hint. If you at any time type !Jude, it will pop open our little side panel that shows the different donations that you can make, the rewards, I guess, that you can put into our effort. There it is. It's popping up right now. And you can grant advantage, for example, you can trigger encounters and even more. We're going to get into that in just a minute. So, that's where we're at. I want to quickly pass it around the table here and let folks introduce themselves. Tell us if you have anything that you're doing, any projects you want to promote, and then tell us the name and a little bit about your character, but don't go into too much detail. We'll get into that during the intro narrative. So let's go ahead and start with Shiv.
Hello everybody. Great to be here. I am Shiv. You can find me everywhere on the social medias. I am Shiv. And you can listen to a podcast that I produce called Two Kobolds in a Trench Coat, which we talk about all manners of TTRPG topics, which is quite fun. And I am playing Murdoch Ironbane, the Doc, who is a cleric of Moradin, and you'll find out more soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Shiv. We played together before, and I was thrilled when you said you were available, so glad you're here. Let's kick it over to Scoozy.
Hello, friends. I am Scoozy or Scooz News. You can find me at Scooz News on Twitter, but mostly you can find me hanging out in the Spear Adventures Guild Discord. I am playing a whole bunch in our Bleak Seasons Shade Song this year, which has been quite a blast, and I'm super excited to be playing one Basil Goodstomp, a halfling anthropologist wizard, bookshop owner, general ne'er-do-well. We'll figure out what's going on with Basil later. And I'm delighted to be here.
Scooz, you have a little special donation.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes, so it's not on the menu, but if there is a single donation of $2,500, 2500, before our break, I will shave my beard except for the mustache to get into character a little bit more.
Look at that.
So my beard is for sale if you donate $2,500 to St. Jude as a lump sum.
Will you send it in a little plastic baggie or?
Oh, wow.
Shipping not included.
That is a big reward, Scoozy, and we appreciate you throwing in something that's so personal to you as a incentive for folks to donate to this important cause. So thank you so much. Bleak Seasons thinks you're nuts. It's true. Scoozy, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to finally get to be able to run a game for you. We've played together in a couple of games. We've known each other for a long time, and I really appreciate you. So thanks for being here and joining me in this effort. Let's kick it over to Jose.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jose. I am on the social medias as Judge Ortiz Art. I am an artist working in the TTRPG industry currently. I've been gaming for a long time. I've got a bunch of stuff under NDA, but I'm sure I will tweet about it once I can. And today I'll be playing Lonan the Oleander. He's an Old Faith druid from the Bright Desert. And we'll get more into him in a bit, I'm sure. But that's me.
And Jose, you have something special as well that you're offering up.
Sorry. My character has a vice-like memory, me not so much. I will be offering for 200, first person that donates $200 will get a custom character art, much like the ones seen up on the screen right now. So
that is very generous. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
We're going to do our best to track the donations. But feel free to ping us in the chat, folks, when and if you do donate. Again, we have an awesome offer from Jose for your own custom character art for one person, whoever donates $200 first for that reward. And then our friend Scoozy, one Mr. Basil Goodstomp, is if anybody donates $2,500, he's going to shave his beard off so that he can have a sweet push broom mustache like his character up on the screen right now, which is ridiculous. And certainly last, and certainly not least, because we're at the end of this, is our good friend Vamp Wickman. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. I am excited to be here. Vamp Wickman on the socials. Often can be found on this channel playing 1-shots, 2-shots, 3-shots. Tied very closely to that is being here playing 1-shots, 2-shots, and 3-shots, being killed by Dave. So this happens a lot frequently, and boy, do I lean into it. Yeah, it's a blast. I'm just super excited to be here. Besides here, you can find me at GaryCon, where I'll be working. Hope to see as many of you there as possible. I'm staffed there, and it's going to be a blast. Yeah, I love making new friends there, playing with people, and celebrating a life well played. Today, I will be playing Grogmar, the Swift Jackal, who hails from the lands of the snow barbarians located in the far northeastern peninsula of the Flanness. You will find out more about me later. The other thing I'll put in is being from the far north and dealing with the cold and misery. I do like my northern leaf.
Oh, very, very interesting. Let's hope that you can hold on to that northern leaf.
I hope so. Gets me through the day.
I bet it does. Vamp, you were going to just fill us in. A lot of people, and thanks everybody who just rated in from Darling Creepshow's channel. We hope you had a great time with Josh over there and the Slav Squad. There we go. I don't know. Glad you did such a great job of fundraising. We're going to pick it up and hopefully take it from there and see what we can do here. But Chad, you were going to fill folks in who maybe don't know what's going on today with who we are raising money for.
Yes, we're raising money for St. Jude. The mission of the St. Jude's Children Research Hospital is to advance cures and means of prevention for pediatric catastrophic diseases through research and treatment. Consistent with the vision of their founder, Danny Thomas, no child is denied treatment based on race, religion, or a family's ability to pay. They treat children from all over the globe and recently partnered with the World Health Organization. No family ever receives a bill from them, not for housing, treatment, transport, food, because all the family should have to worry about is helping their child live. The research done at the hospital is freely shared too. In fact, treatment protocols at Johns Hopkins, which is not far from where I live, for pediatric cancer is based on the research and treatment created there. At the time of their foundation, cancer was particularly devastating, with about 20% of children diagnosed even surviving into adulthood. Today, just 50 years later, over 80% of children with pediatric cancer live into adulthood. So it very near and dear to my heart. I first was in a charity stream 2 years ago when I got to jump in with a stream by Carlos Lysing, which was awesome. And then that's how I met Jay from Lord Gazumba. It's how I met Blue Box. It's how I met Dave. It's how I met all these friends and really got into this, this community. And it's just been wonderful. So I'm so happy to be part of this. And please, if you can, donate to this fantastic cause.
Thank you, Chad. Thanks for giving us a little bit more information about who we're raising money for. It's such an important organization.
So exciting! My wig is falling off.
Yep. It must be getting hot.
I didn't know that was a wig.
Good
Thanks.
call. Good call. That's some good looking hair. All right.
Luscious.
Thanks for the raids, you guys. We're getting this thing started. I'm trying to remember. Do we have anything else that we were going to go over? Oh my gosh. Yeah, we do actually. I want to thank some content creators. First of all, if we go back to the map screen here, Jose, amazing artwork that you put together in preparation for this. Super impressed and unexpected, and it just added so much excitement to this group as we put our plot together to implement this game. So God, look at that stuff. That's great. And for the first person that donates $200 to the cause here, St. Jude's, through the link that we'll put back in the chat there, Jose has agreed to do some character art like this for you. So thank you for that, Jose. Really appreciate that. Absolutely beautiful. We're going to have some maps up on the screen in a little bit. And we want to thank our friends at 2 Minute Tabletop for that. They make great maps, and we support them through Patreon and hope that you will check them out as well. And then we've got a bunch of great music that we're going to be playing through our friends at Tabletop Audio. So you'll want to check that out as well. Let me see if I can figure out why it's not putting the links. Well, there you go. Anyways, go check out Tabletop Audio because they make great music, and 2 Minute Tabletop does great mapping. So there we go. All right, we've got that. We've got our stream ready to go. Let's get into it, guys. You ready for this?
Totally.
All right, let's do it.
Here for it.
Here for it. Okay, so our story begins in Greyhawk, in the Gem of the Flyness, under the darkness of night, in a dimly lit bookstore. Gathers a curious party of adventurers, a half-orc Schnai ranger from the Northlands, a dwarven cleric of Moradin, the shopkeep, a halfling wizard of illusory magics, and a great mustache, and a Flanish druid of the Old Faith, all of them having come together with one common goal. On the morrow, these brave heroes embark on an expedition to the Bright Desert, a treacherous and enigmatic land said to hold untold riches and long-forgotten secrets. By fate, chance, or some other design, the stories of these individuals have become intertwined. There's a local patron of the Greyhawk School of Wizardry, an elderly Sluise man by the name of Alistair Crownland, who has hired the lot of you to carry out an important mission, traveling south along the Celenton River to the port city of Hardby, booking passage on the traitorous Squall, a brigantine under the command of Captain Julius Vernon, and crewed by a hardy and superstitious crew. From there to sail east along the woolly coast to an abandoned port called Zarak, perched precariously between the ocean and the cursed foothills of the Arbor Alls Mountains. And then on to Ulbakak, a tenuous collection of tents housing an even more tenuous truce between rival nomad tribes who come to this place to parley, trade, seek information from the vast bright desert beyond. Now in Ulbalak, this is where you're to make contact with representatives of Urzdra's tribe, who may, with the correct level of encouragement, guide you to the ruins of a vast Sulm necropolis that was recently exposed by desert winds, lost at one time to the sands. And while its name has been lost to history, the secrets it holds could be quite valuable to your patron if recovered, and dangerous if they happen to fall into the wrong hands, as it were. These ruins could be the rumored location of an ancient Sulm library that has been devoured by the desert. And this is what your benefactor seeks: ancient texts, scrolls, tomes, and other writings which might provide a clue as to the location of a lost king's palace, said to hold within artifacts of immense power. But as it often happens, our adventurers never made it to the Great Ruins, or if they did, they never returned to Greyhawk with Alistair Crownland's quarry. Whether or not they discovered what they've been sent to find may never be known in the annals of history, but we, my friends, are going to learn their fate today as we begin our latest Greyhawk adventure, Lost in the Bright Desert. Now, as I said, we begin in an obscure bookstore in the city of Greyhawk. The night before an expedition of great import is set to begin, we are in a store owned by Basil Goodstomp, Grey Books. Hazy, pungent pipe smoke drifting lazily through the air. The walls bear shelves upon shelves of leather-bound tomes, maps, scrolls, creating a labyrinthine maze of knowledge. This is Basil's bailiwick. The dim light flickering from candles cast long shadows across the room, highlighting the dust that dances in the air. And at the center of a small back room, there's a group of conspirators, the folks that you see here on the screen. The four of you stand huddling around a large table, discussing your plans for an expedition into the wild desert to the south. You're a diverse group, each with your own skills, your own powers, and you all have a welcome thirst for knowledge. You talk in hushed tones, despite the store being closed, as if you're afraid your plans might be overheard, pointing to maps and charts as you discuss your route and ready your gear. So, my friends, as we dive in, please, starting with our proprietor, Basil Goodstomp, describe your character to us. What do they look like a little bit? How do they present themselves? What preparations maybe have they made for the upcoming expedition? And what do they anticipate the outcome of the adventure might be?
Basil Goodstomp sort of hangs back from the table of charts and opens another bottle of wine. He's short, even for a halfling. Sort of dusty, tattered, often patched cloak and robes. Smell of stale wine and pungent smoke. Dusty books. He's got wavy blonde hair kind of held back under a delightful sort of poofy cap. And he is stubbly, but has a rather broad, what did you call it? A broom?
Broom mustache?
Push broom mustache. Yes. And he is sort of stroking his mustache and sipping on wine and kind of looking over the rest of this group at a table in one of the back rooms in Grey Books. The front door is locked. The closed sign is up, probably. He may have forgotten that. But his preparation is mostly to ensure, one, he's got enough wine to make the journey there to wherever we're going. He's not quite, I'm not sure that he has enough, because this isn't a journey of sort of unanticipatable duration. And he is mostly just super curious about whatever is housed in this rumored library. Doesn't care about the artifacts or the things, but he wants to know the stories and the books and the tales that have been lost.
One thing that you do know, Basil, because you are a learned individual, especially of the Bright Desert, which is probably part of the reason why you were tapped to be part of this team, is you know that the vineyards of the Bright Desert have been lost in the long, almost forgotten past. You do have some tomes within your purview that suggests that at one point the Bright Desert was a lush region, was filled with plant life and animal life, and possibly some really great wine grapes. But right now, you know that you're gonna have to BYOW.
Yeah, meow.
Yeah, you're gonna have to meow. And so you can certainly find a nice case of wine that you can pack with you and bring with you. That's not a problem. One case, maybe more is needed. I don't know, but I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, he's gonna definitely pack a case of wine, but it's not gonna be a full case. It's gonna be sort of like whatever's left from other cases, and there's a couple of half-empty bottles in there.
I love it. All right. Thank you. Let's move over to our, I don't know, Shiv, how would you describe Doc? A bit of a fixer, a bit of a connection maker within the community. So. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit more from a middleman. He is what you see before you. He's about 4'11". He's quite broad, big, rotund belly. The belt underneath is kind of straining to hold it up. He's kind of semi-retired. He's big, long sort of red hair, wisps of grey in it, big red beard, also, but with strands of black that seem to be interwoven into it. His hands are like covered in soot, where he's been working the forge. And yeah, this is the Doc, Murdoch Ironbane, who is a follower of Moradin, semi-retired adventurer extraordinaire. And he's basically been preparing himself into the forge, getting stuff together. He's gave his big hammer, Gwendolyn, a nice, made sure that's ready for whatever it may need. She's his lady love, so she goes everywhere with him. And just preparing, ready, making sure all the contacts that he's got know that he's going to be away for a bit, but a few cover stories here and there, so it doesn't seem like it's too suspicious. But he's willing to help out the crew as best he can.
Nice. Welcome, Doc. Welcome in.
Thank you.
Let's go over to our traveler from the far north, from an area very different from where you're headed. First of all, Grogmar, the Swift Jackal, welcome. I'd like to know, in addition to the things that I asked for you to tell us a little bit about Grogmar, why does Grogmar want to go to this place? I'd love to hear more about that.
So Grogmar, the Swift Jackal, a ranger from the far north, has spent years and years in battle, hunting, trapping, going after many different clans, and he's just tired of the bloodshed, the unflavored foods, the cold, the desolate, day after day, the same thing. He spends a lot of time, on his own because he's a survivalist, but it wore on his bones. He wanted something else. So in talking to one of the local wise men, he heard tales of hot snow. And he was like, hot snow, sign me up. So this hot snow, or I guess what you Southerners call sand, I'm very excited to have some in between my toes, as it were. I think that's a saying of you guys. So, I'm well used to surviving on my own, helping, I'm very resourceful. And, since spending time, I've gone to the hot baths a few times to sort of get my body ready for the climate change that after decades, I'm used to the cold, the frigid, being alone. So having companions, I don't have to worry about my northern leaf getting crispy and breaking. And I can share it with my good friend Basil, who seems to really enjoy it. And, a few handfuls of this, far, far less weight than those wine bottles, which are delicious. But again, a pack full of northern leaf will take you a long way from getting away from the pain.
They might take you a long way from the pain, but I'm wondering if you combine the northern leaf and the bottles of wine that we don't get very far from the bookstore. I'm thinking. We'll see.
Thankfully, Grogmar, in his early travels, found a little item that made him immune to the poisonous effects of the northern leaf. So he just gets the happy. But for most others, it's a different experience. Could be borderline deadly, but I'm here to share.
Look, we all know smoking kills. Don't smoke.
Don't smoke.
Unless you're in a TTRPG, then puff away.
Fantasy smoke.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Grogmar. Pleasure to have you on the expedition. And if there's one person that knows quite a bit about poisons, that would be our druid, Lonan. Welcome, Lonan. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thank you. Yes, Lonan is a man of average height, deeply tanned. He's clearly not from around here. He's got long black hair tied back with a bandana. And in his bandana is tied all sorts of fangs, teeth, scorpion tails, and other druidy fetish type things. In fact, some of them look every once in a while like they might be moving, but nobody's really asking about that. He wears the accoutrement of an old faith druid, and he is here because he is from the Bright Desert, and he is convinced that the best way to get back to the Bright Desert was with a party like he has here. And he is on a journey to find his own artifacts, as it were. So this mission goes hand in hand with his goals as well. Yeah, he's convinced that Grogmar has about a 10% chance to die every time he takes the Northern Leaf, because to him, he knows it to be a poisonous plant. So that's why he's here.
Well, welcome in. I think your skills and knowledge is going to be really helpful for this crew. I'm also curious, there was an incident that happened as you were in pursuit of said artifacts or items here in the Gem of the Flyness, Greyhawk City. And you took some advice from one of your companions. Tell us a little bit about what happened there.
Well, in my quest for information here in the north, I was tossed and by some bad information. The malcontent for some reason stopped and realized that I might be somebody who could do him a solid. So instead of winding up with a dagger in my gut, I wound up working with these fellows through our proprietor, or our benefactor rather, Alistair Crownlin.
Indeed. So the four of you now preparing yourselves for the next day's departure via barge. You have gathered your things, maybe having some last minute conversations over possibly one of those bottles of wine being cracked. Any last preparations or conversations that you'd like to have before departing Greyhawk?
Look, as long as we get to the city, we'll be all right after that. I know my way. We'll be good.
Quick question. My contact that I gave to you, Lonan, did he come good, or? I mean, I've had no problems with Milo. He's been a good bloke to me. He's always got me some good stuff, and I thought I'd send him your way. I'm just curious as to. I haven't heard from him for a while. I'm just making sure that everything's all right.
Yeah, you. Oh, I'm okay. Yeah, it was fine. It was fine.
Fine.
Although you might not be hearing from him.
That doesn't sound. I think I can surmise what you mean by that, sir. But that's I understand.
It was a little excitable.
Yeah. Interesting. Right, I'm gonna have to try and figure out who I'm gonna get my precious metals from now. After that, it's interesting. Very interesting. Well,
probably have to wait until we return, if we return.
Oh, come now. We've got to be a bit more optimistic than that. Come on.
Why? If you expect the worst, you'll never be surprised, and you'll
If you
always
suspect
be
the
gracious for something delightful, like the company of good friends.
Indeed. That's a good
That
attitude
is
to
true.
have in the desert.
Pessimism, yes.
Well, there's always opportunities to be optimistic, so you got to come back for something. This shop you got here is it's pretty good.
Not very many
is
customers.
Pretty good. Well, I'm not really fond of customers. I'd rather just sit and read and drink and entertain you, my friends. But I guess,
And you are
we'll
a
see.
fine entertainer.
Thank you. And he's going to bow with like a little flourish and some dust rises from his cloak.
And I'm just gonna reach into like a side satchel and just push like a bottle of. I found you something you might like.
And he's going to hide it behind his back and like pass it around and then just like set it, kind of try to out of sight it a little bit.
Yeah. Couple came past the forge and we did a little deal. Hope you enjoy it. It's a nice vintage. It's from
Nice.
up north. So
North.
do that what you will.
North, and he's gonna hold. He's actually gonna take it out and show it up to Grogmar. Grogmar, have you ever had this?
I don't believe I have.
It just says North on the bottle.
That famous famous bottle of wine called North that's been going around a bit.
and I elbowed Doc, and I'm like, I'm surprised you know North, friend.
Well, you know, brother, it's I've got my contacts up there, I'll have you know. But yeah, pass it around, enjoy. Courtesy of the Doc. Tell your friends. Well, don't tell your friends.
He's gonna go ahead.
No, it's just Lonan's looking around at all the books on your shelves. He has been sort of this whole time, and is like, "Why so many tomes?"
Well, I mean, when people expire, they can leave behind them stories, wisdom. You know, life is precious and fleeting. Well, not so precious. It is fleeting.
It is that. Yeah, well, the rules of the old faith. All the tomes are in here. Which I guess is why you're bringing me with.
That's the idea. I can only bring with so many tomes.
Indeed.
Down to business then, gentlemen. And what we're all gathered here under the... Are we? I assume it's at night, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Under the, yes. Under the veil of darkness to discuss our impending trip.
Yes, I'll need some sleep. I don't like boats.
I don't like boats if I don't have wine.
Good point.
I'm not a sailor myself, but I don't mind a boat or two. It's all right. They've got some decent food, some good shanties. You can have a nice good time on one of them.
No, I've seen your armor. Yeah, I believe you're what they call an anchor.
True that, brother. True that. I'm not a good swimmer, not a strong one. I'll keep you that. But
hopefully, it won't come in handy.
No, I mean, I'm not on any dwarven swimming team. I'll tell you that for nothing.
How many dwarven swimming teams are there?
Well, that's a story for another day, my friend.
all right.
I know of at least two that I can talk to you about at some point.
Well, I can clear away some of these tomes. I have some cots I can set out for you if you don't want to stray too far from the smell of books.
So, if we happen to find what we're looking for, do we... I don't know, I'm just putting it out there. Do we bring it back, or do we try and find a potential another buyer?
It depends on what we find.
Wow.
I say those who find it get first dibs. Yes?
Finders keepers? As
Something
they say
like
in Greyhawk?
Yeah,
Welcome.
something like that, yes.
What about you, Grogmire? What do you reckon?
It depends how dangerous it is. I don't want to unleash anything crazy around here. If it's buried in the desert for a reason, maybe we'd have to guard it.
That's all right. Don't worry about that. We got your back. We got your back. You know, me and you. We'll be all right.
Yeah, you got my back. Don't give me that bad wine again, though. I didn't sleep well last time you did that. You prankster.
Well, it's the only time I've ever beat you straight in an arm wrestling contest, so I had to have my advantages. And he gives you like a smile. He's got like metal teeth on his bottom row, and he's like, "Well, you know, don't you worry. I've had a few. You know, you can tell these things. My own design, but I got knocked out once from a card game. So you got to win while you can, boys. You got to win while you can." Or how you can.
Or how you can. I'm excited about this trip.
Let me ask you guys a question.
The big meaty handshake.
As you're having these conversations and kind of talking about what's ahead of you, are there any sort of questions that you have, or information that you would have tried to perhaps gather either from the tomes within Basil's shop, or from your contact, or from your druid? And before, as you think about that real quick, I want to just make sure everybody is aware that if you want to influence the game, we do have some fundraising rewards that'll go up on screen here. You can gift advantages to our players by donating to the St. Jude Fund, and the link is going to go into the chat here. We are looking to raise over $20,540, and we are looking like we are close to halfway there, everybody. So congratulations. Let's keep the
Wow,
momentum
amazing.
going. And there's the link. All right. So any information that you guys would maybe want to find out, or any specific questions. And also my question is, Grogmar, what are on the ends of your tusks?
I've got some gems that I found from the north. It's
Oh,
about the only thing I have from up there that meant something to me. I mean, all my time on the Sonar Ocean up there, scouting around, I mean, it was mostly unseasoned food and crappy equipment, and, you know, treasure isn't treasure. It just goes from one hand to another. Dull weapons, clubs, spears. So it was the one thing I found that I decided to take with me.
Very beautiful. So yes, information. Is there anything you want to gather before you settle in for the night? Questions you might have?
I think Basil would approach Lonan at one point. Not like not an aside. We're all in the same room here. But like it, I mean, I've heard, I have not, I've read about the Bright Desert, but I've not been to the Bright Desert. Is it haunted? Is it dangerous? Is it like what awaits us there? I mean,
yes. Keep going.
Okay,
Anything,
okay.
anything and everything. Yes.
Gotcha. Does it rain?
Depends on what. Doesn't rain water very often, but
Interesting.
sand, yes. Heat, absolutely. Although at night it gets extremely frigid. Father Winter shows his hand at night. Everything
Father
there
Winter, one
is
of the ghosts.
Sorry.
No, sorry. Father Winter's one of the ghosts.
The Father Winter is Nerul, one of the gods of the Old Faith. He and the Sham dominate the desert for the most part. The Sham during the day, Nerul during the night. So be careful. Yes, all sorts of dangers. Everything is poisonous. Everything is poisonous, including the man scorpions. Watch out for the man scorpions.
Man scorpions. Which bit is the man?
Good question.
It's a very good question.
If he says the bottom half, we're in trouble.
Thanks for the raid, T-Cat. Thank you very much for the raid.
Just legs
Welcome in.
big scorpion
Yes,
claws.
like a centaur, except scorpion. You see.
Interesting.
Yes, there was a real bastard long time ago who's a king in search of power, like they do. Those kings always in search of more power, and he done messed up. He done messed up when he found the power and turned all his people into these man scorpions and horrific abominations, and which is why the desert is what it is now. It used to be fertile, lush, beautiful empire, but like men do, they go mess it up, and now it is what it is.
Basil, you would know this story from your studies, and you would know that the king of which Lonan speaks, their name was Shatados. And they were, as with the forebears ahead of them in the Sulm kingdom, they had sought power through the use of evil magics and in deals made with evil gods. And that has been the downfall of this place that, again, was once a beautiful, lush, bountiful place of life, has been destroyed. Shatados' followers turned into these man scorpions that Lonan described.
He strayed from the great wheel of the old faith. Look what happened.
Perhaps we can find some semblance or vestige of verdance in the desert. Maybe some grapes.
There's a few oases here and there. That's where we're headed. Ulbakak. They've got some water.
Sounds like it's as lush as the northern that I come from.
Except hot. Yes.
Again, but nothing to satisfy you.
Mm,
Yeah.
indeed.
All right. So with that, you have some additional conversations. You go through your gear. You make sure that your wine bottles are secure within the crate that you intend to bring along with you. And you close out the night without any sort of incident. At one point, perhaps someone comes to the door of Grey Books and sort of tries to open the door because you did indeed forget to turn the sign to closed. But you all just kind of hush for a moment as if concerned that perhaps someone is here to already throw a wrench. Do they have wrenches into your plans? As I would like to inform the chat that they can throw wrenches into these plans by donating for all kinds of random monster encounters and that sort of thing. So keep an eye up for that. There's even a Tarrascan play because that's always fun. All right, my friends. The night goes uneventful. You sleep well, maybe. Perhaps some of you who aren't water fans of the waters, perhaps are have a little trepidation. Maybe it keeps you up, a little anxiety. But nonetheless, you do find yourselves falling into sleep and preparing yourselves for the next day. The sun is just beginning to rise over the horizon that next morning, casting brilliant hues of orange and pink and gold across the sky. The air is crisp and fresh, carrying the smell of wood smoke from the nearby chimneys of the city of Greyhawk. And you settle in on a barge, bring in your equipment, your supplies. The barge sets off from the city. The crew that you see aboard the barge is efficient, and they hoist the sails. And you watch behind you as the towering spires of the city's temples and castle fades into the distance, and the familiar sounds of the city give way to the gentle lapping of the river against the barge's hull, the sounds of perhaps wildlife flying along the river's edge or hiding amongst the thickets that line the river. The scenery is breathtaking. It's a tapestry of rolling hills and dense forest groves and farmland. The river itself is fairly busy as a major thoroughfare for commerce. There's traffic as the barge passes by villages and small towns that cling on the banks. Small homes of farmers and millers and people associated with the shipping industry of this region. The crew is friendly. They exchange greetings with locals along the shoreline. They stop for an opportunity for you to purchase meals from local vendors. There's sort of like this vibe of like contentment, purpose, and the ability to have some prosperity along this river. They trade goods, fish, bathe in the river, and you see many people on your journey. You make the occasional stop over the next 2 days. It's a 2-day journey. One of them is in a place called Two Ford, and the second in a place called One Ford. And it's in One Ford where you spend a night at a comfortable inn. You dine on well-provisioned meals. And all in all, your travels on the river are not impeded, nor are they particularly eventful. However, I would say that you have an opportunity, if any of you want to, as you're at the inn or aboard the barge, to engage with locals or crew members. If there's any additional information that you might want to gather, don't feel that you need to. But if there's anything that you want to try to glean from these locations, you can ask, and we'll see what happens.
I think I'm trying to figure out whether there has been any news or word or sort of gossip about any dwarven settlements out that way that may have been in that area, that may have been lost or in trouble or whatever. Anything that, because in his mind, he's heard rumors, but he's not quite 100%. So he's just trying to see if anything that rings true.
Sure. And you're speaking with the crew members of the barge, or just in general?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the crew members would probably, when they've been traveling back and forth, they might have gotten word or heard rumor or something. So I'll try with the barge people.
All right. Well, let's get the first roll of the night in. Why don't you give me what roll would you like to roll? Why don't you tell me what you think would be the appropriate roll?
I think history.
Perfect.
I'll go history. That's a 13.
13. Okay. You do pick up a little bit of rumor / possible historical information. You're not really sure. You're speaking with folks who haven't traveled there, but one of them does speak of a a ruined port on the edge of the bright desert that was once a toehold for dwarven prospectors who sought riches and the opportunity to create a mining economy in the southern end of the Alls Mountains. And the name of that place is Zorak. And you've also heard of that because that ties to the mission that Alistair has given you, that town, that port was mentioned. What they may not have told you is that city, that port city that was a dwarven city, is now abandoned. And it was actually only in operation for a very short period of time. So something happened there. Nobody really knows what.
Okay, that's kind of piqued his interest. Thank you.
I think Basil is going to definitely leave the barge at the earliest opportunity. And whatever tavern we end up in for that night in Onford. He's going to drink enough at the tavern to earn the favor of the innkeeper or the bartender, so to speak. And so probably not on his not at his sharpest, but is going to try to is very curious about any recent news from travelers in or near the desert, or any sort of like superstitions that travelers have, just kind of like get a feel for the current state of things, because all Basil really knows of this bright desert is what he's learned in his short time with Lonan, and then like all of these books that he's read. Like he knows a little bit about the history and the lore and the story of it, but he doesn't know what like much about what's going on there now or why people go there.
Okay. Yeah. Why don't you tell me what kind of a roll you'd like to make? Let's get a roll in here, and then let's see what you get.
I think he's gonna make I think it's gonna be insight, because Basil knows that like beyond the words of a bartender in particular, there's like a lot of between the lines stuff. You know, they're trying to get you to spend more money and hang out and maybe get a room because you drank too much, but he's gonna like try to pry in between those lines.
Okay, let's get it. Let's get the roll.
That's a natural one.
Natural one. Okay. Basically, what you drank probably a little bit more than you thought you had, and you hear this story being told. The pieces aren't fitting together very well. It's very disjunct. You don't get the sense that the barkeep knows much about the area. You're still pretty far away from the Bright Desert, so it's not like common knowledge. But all you take away from it is that it's very dangerous, and you're likely to die. Why would you go there?
I already knew that. Okay.
Exactly. So, my friends, you continue on, and you wake from your sleep at the end of the next day. You travel. You arrive in the busy port city of Hardby, which is a gateway to the realms of the south, and there are ships from all over the Sea of Girnat. They come there to trade goods and restock supplies. You smell salt water in the air, fish, the aroma of fish, being processed on the shoreline in the docks district. The sounds of sailors shouting and hawking their wares can be heard over the creaking of the ships in the harbor, lapping of waves, all that good stuff that you'd find in a docks district. You're there. There's this broad cobbled quay that runs along the waterfront, docks jutting out from it, and a variety of different ships of different make. And you find yourselves there speaking with a chief pilot of sorts, and you locate your ship, the Traitorous Squall. The chief pilot directs you to the ship, and you meet with Captain Vernon, who greets you. This is Julius Vernon, of course, who greets you with a stern nod, showing you to your Spartan quarters aboard the ship, which itself is really well equipped. It's well crewed. It looks like the kind of ship that you would want to be on in the Sea of Girnat. And the ship sets sail that day. You feel the power and the strength of the vessel as it's cutting through the water, taking you past the pilot's office, which is kind of like a lighthouse and garrison at the southern end of the docks district. They sort of regulate the commerce that comes in and out of the area. And you set off on this voyage across the sea. It is itself pleasant for those of you who like this kind of thing. For those of you who don't, perhaps Doc, being a little uncomfortable with the literal sea of water everywhere you look. In the far distance, you can see the coastline of the Woolly Bay. The sea's choppy, the wind is strong, whipping through the sails, the spray of water coming over the bow. This area, you know from talking with the crew and from the captain, has unpredictable weather, treacherous waters. The more that Captain Vernon talks to you about these things, Doc, the more uncertain you get about your prospects of making it to this ruined city of Zarak, which in and of itself sounds intimidating, but the first step getting across this ocean is giving you a little bit of pause. Only the most experienced sailors, they say, are to make this journey. And you get the sense that you've got the right crew.
As this is happening, you can see him continuously looking at his armor, looking at the sea, looking at his armor. Like, this could be interesting.
Anchor.
And I whispered to Doc, "You think this boat's listing a little bit? What do you think? We gonna make it?"
You see, he's like
elbow him a little bit.
He's got his hands on the side of the boat, like a little bit white knuckle, like, please don't mess with me. I'm not in the mood for this right now. I don't like anything I can't see the bottom of. You're not helping, Grogmar. You're really not.
Similar to your opportunities in the towns along the way and the crew that had taken you down the Sellington River, you've got this crew that you are stuck with for the next 2 or 3 days as you travel along the Woolly Coast. Is there any additional information that you might want to try to gather from these people?
Any of them look like the adventuring type, sort of ranger-ish or druid-ish, that I could maybe ask some questions about just the surroundings and the weather and, anything that they've noticed that they've had to survive or stuff?
Yeah, they definitely look hardened. They look like sailors. They don't seem to look like they might be people of they may have professions previous that would identify them as druids or sort of like the archetype classes that we have in D&D, but they definitely are experienced people who have seen a lot. So it's entirely possible that you could get some information out of them. How would you approach that? And then what kind of a role do you want to make?
Maybe if I can garner, like, with survival stuff that they talk about that, I would pick up if they're, talking about things that they've heard of from people coming back that have been different or, recent or unnatural.
Absolutely. I suppose, maybe in the galley around the meal of the day or that sort of thing, you could have these conversations maybe on the decks at specific times when they're on break. You could have conversations. Go ahead and give me a survival roll.
Hey, that's a total of a 10.
Okay. Well, they find it extremely hard to believe that you're going to, understand why you'd be going to the Bright Desert. There's nothing there except for nomads, barbarians, scorpion men.
I'm right here. I'm standing right here.
Yeah, they're like, they're blown away that would be something that you would try to do. They do sort of apologize as they realize, Lonan, that you're overhearing this conversation. They meant no offense to you or your people, but they look to you and say this individual here is probably a better source of knowledge. Our knowledge is mostly of superstition. There are tribes of nomads in the region who have been rumored to raid along the coastline, to take prisoners, perhaps as slaves, to raid some of the other villages. And you know exactly who they're talking about, Lonan. One of the tribes that comes to mind in your head is the Tareg. They're the Tareg nomads. And
I was sort of doing the I'm right here, but then as he continues, I'm like, well, he wasn't wrong actually. He's many of the tribes and clans are real dicks, to be frank. It's just part of the reason I wasn't. I've been gone from home for a while.
Dicks. Okay. Basil's taking copious notes on all the superstitions that the sailors are.
I have a little bit more information for you, but I just wanted to thank everybody for the donations that are coming in. It looks like we had a donation from Jack for, I don't know if that what you wanted to donate, if you want to donate a couple of advantages. Jack, let us know if you're in the chat. I don't know if you're here in the chat or not.
Oh, he's here.
Jack's here? All right. Hi, Jack.
Jack's here.
Welcome. Is Jack part of the Scoos crew? Nice.
Oh God, no! I don't need. No.
You're like, yeah,
there is no
yeah.
Scoos crew.
There is now. There is now. And Jack
wow.
is the chairman of that. Oh, this just got too kinky. All right.
Children's charity.
That's right. This is a charity for children. I got to remember that.
How long does this trip take us?
This is a 2 to 3 day trip, roughly
there's-
along the coast.
If there's any time, I'm gonna rib the guy who was talking about barbarians in the desert, and sort of try to give him a hard time for the rest of the time there. Is there any time where like the crew's drinking or anything like that? Do they partake?
Yes. Yeah, they are very professional. And so they do in the evenings when they're off duty, some of them will drink rum that they that they got out of Hardby. They don't drink to excess because they are, they're on the clock, but they do. Captain Vernon is attuned to the fact that, the guys need to blow off a little steam, and it's good to have a happy crew.
All right. I'll show him. I'll sort of lightheartedly show him what barbarians can do with rum. And I'll just drink as much as they will give me. I will just keep drinking, to the point that a normal person, a normal human being, would probably be passed out by the time. But I keep on going.
All right, let's get a couple of let's get a Constitution save. And
the reason I'm doing that is because of the item that I have.
Okay, so tell us about that.
So the party might have mentioned this to them by this point, since we've known each other for a few probably weeks at this point, right? Lonan is immune to any poison. So if we went out to a bar in Greyhawk City, he was a designated driver, but he wasn't not drinking. He was drinking and making sure everything was kosher. But he doesn't feel any effects from alcohol.
All right, you don't need to roll then at all, but he's going to make a roll. Let's see if we can do this. This is something new. We'll give him a D20 roll, just straight D20. And we'll say the target is a 10. We'll see how he does on the first little bit here. He's having a couple of drinks with you. He seems to hold his own with the 13. For a moment, do you continue on, and are you trying to get information out of him, or are you basically trying to drink him under the table?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
A little bit of both. I think particularly if anybody has gone to Zarak or knows anything about that port and about that city. But other than that, Lona is pretty confident. Beyond that, I'll also ask him how long does it take to get to the Aberrals, because once we're in the Aberrals, I think he feels pretty confident of finding his way.
Okay, so give me a persuasion check as you're having this conversation while you're getting this guy hammered, and I'm going to roll with disadvantage on his next Constitution save.
All right, that is a 15.
15. Okay. I got a 6 on disadvantage. So you get some information from him, and then he starts to get really drunk and probably excuses himself and stumbles up from the table and walks to his hammock down in the quarters. But he tells you a couple things about Zarak. He echoes the idea that it was once a prosperous dwarven city. It did not last for very long. Something happened. The rumors surrounding this place are that the dwarves were in search of some sort of alien artifact, and that there had been a comet that had, some believe, impacted somewhere at the southern end of the Owlbear Mountains, which are right outside of Zarak, and that the dwarves had set claim to try to find the remnants of that comet and the immense wealth of minerals and metals that comet might have carried with it. The one thing that he does know is he says that there are trolls, there are ogres, there are hordes of undead creatures that are said to populate these ruins, and that they're very dangerous. And he doubts very highly that the captain will allow the ship to dock at the docks proper, and that he'll probably send the four of you forward in a dinghy rather than make contact with the cursed docks. And at that point, sort of like stumbles up and like thanks you, and like kind of looks at you like, I don't know how you're holding your shit together, and then walks away, stumbles away.
Have a good night. Sleep well. All right, I will share that with my fellows and say basically the once again the folly of man and dwarf, always looking for riches, always messing everything up.
Well, I don't know about that. We've done all right, I think. Wouldn't say we're to blame for a lot of things, but these are very broad shoulders. You can say what you like, boys. It's a very broad shoulders. I'll take it.
It's a lot to bear. Go ahead, Scoot.
Captain is unwilling to bring us all the way to our destination.
Yeah, he will send us in one of those small boats once we're in the bay.
Maybe we could persuade him.
I was thinking a bribe.
My wine's off limits.
Nice. You're gonna bribe the captain. I love this. Well, as it so happens, whoa, Doc Jacques. Thank you very much. We have a $200 donation just came in, Doc Jacques. Thank you very much. Holy cats.
Heck yeah.
That's amazing.
Get your information, Doc Jacques.
Yeah, Doc. First of all, did you make the donation with the idea of getting the character art? Because if you want to get character art from our buddy Jose here, who has crafted some outrageous character art, I'm going to throw it up on screen here again. That was part of the donation rewards that wasn't on the donation board. So let us know. Otherwise, we can do what you would like with that. Just let us know. Thank you so much, Doc.
Yes, thank you.
We'll kind of move forward there. At the end of the last day of the voyage, the captain, Julius Vernon, comes to you. I just love saying his name. He comes up to you. He's got this, broad shoulders, rugged face. He's got like this, the classic tricorn hat on with a leather coat, confident, authoritative, typically a man of few words. He hasn't really spent a lot of time talking with you, but he does come up to you as the crew are raising the sails, stowing the sails, as it were, and setting anchor. You can see now the sort of quiet, motionless, devoid of activity docks, partially crumbling into the sea. And he says, "Well, laddies, we've made our way, we've done our part, and it's time for y'all to make the last bit of journey to Zarak. It's right there. We dare not bring the ship in for fear of hitting anything that might be submerged underwater. Shipwrecks, debris, rubble from the ruins, the curses, perhaps. You all still want to go there, then?"
We made it this far.
DM question about how far is it? How far would it be for the ship to sail from where we are to the port? How long would it take? Probably.
Oh, how long would it take the ship? Not long. It's not long at all. It's probably like a quarter mile. They might be maybe even a little bit less than a quarter mile from the docks.
Perfect.
And they're already dropping a dinghy into the water. You hear it splash in the water, and they're starting to load your gear in it.
That's prudent. They're probably staying out of rock throwing range.
Great. I'm gonna walk up. Basil's gonna walk up to the captain, and maybe we've drank together a little bit over the trip, and sort of clasp him on the back and say, "Thank you so much. but I think that I think you can bring us a little bit further. And he's going to cast Charm Person.
Oh, all right. All right.
Well, luckily the dinghy's already in the ground or in the water.
Yep. So I get a charisma save?
You get a wisdom save.
Wisdom save. All right. So he has no bonus to wisdom. So I'm just going to make a D20 roll here. An 11.
The DC is 14.
Okay. So he says, well, it's against my better judgment, boys, but we could hoist the anchor and get us a bit closer, but she's gonna be dangerous and it puts the ship at risk. But you guys are good lads. I do like you so much. And he clasps you on the back. That mustache, really did it for me.
Does it for me too?
He whistles to the crew and they drop the sail back down, shaking their heads like, he might have a mutiny on his hand here in the near term. But they do start to pilot the brigantine in closer. Now, Scooz, what I would like you to do, since you're the one manipulating the situation here, give me a straight D20 roll. This is going to be for the captain and their piloting check as they navigate the waters.
Natural 20.
Oh, no crap. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So while the captain is easily charmed, especially by a handsome young halfling like yourself, he's also a spectacular pilot of the ship. And so between himself, the crew members that are up on the front of the ship on the prow, kind of like navigating, calling out, like which direction to navigate, they get you extremely close. But there's a point where you're about 20 feet off from the docks where you hear and feel the ship. Oh boys. And everybody kind of like gets to work and they drop anchor as you kind of drift in a little bit more. That's about as far as we can get you, boys. It's the best I could do.
That'll do.
Very well done.
The dinghy will take you the rest of the way, and then, well, good luck to you. Come here, me boy. And he reaches over and gives Basil a big hug. He gets down on one knee, and he just and then he whispers in your ear, I hope you make it back.
Basil's gonna say, I hope we do too. And then
Part of the crew.
Just sort of like slide down the rope to the dinghy. Very proud. Basil's smug as heck about this one.
Give me an acrobatics check as you go down the rope.
Great. Cool. Thanks, DM. And that's a 2.
A 2?
Plus my acrobatics, which is so it's a 3 total. Yeah. Yep. So just sort of smugly, like sort of striding to the rope and like grabbing on it.
Oh my God, that's great. Well, here's the good thing is that Grogmar was already down in the dinghy and watching you come down. So Grogmar, why don't you make an athletics check to see if you can catch him as he slips or not slips, but like lets go of the rope and slides down a little bit too fast. We're gonna have our first drowning.
That's an 11.
11. All right, let's just do this just because it's fun. I'm gonna go ahead and roll a 20 here
because it's fun.
Charms captain's mustache, then drowns.
Yeah, you catch him. You see him fall out of the corner of your eye. You turn, react, and you're able to catch your friend. And you're holding.
And I hug him close. I don't want to lose a drinking buddy.
A couple of bottles of wine come out of the case that I was lowering. Also, really.
That's awesome.
We should go.
Be careful.
Okay.
The rest of you are like, what the hell just happened?
Imagine him just like walking up to the edge of the ship and taking a step off the railing and then like,
yeah,
just disappearing.
As the two of you, Lonan and Murdoch, are leaving the ship, you do get a hint of that the crew is a bit concerned about the ship itself and having come so close. You can hear some hushed tones of curses and those who touch the shore here are, destined to be cursed and all this kind of stuff. And they're very concerned. And there's some conversations going on behind the captain's back. You get the sense that it could be a problem for him, that he may be needing to, do some explaining to the crew later after they get out of here. But nevertheless, the two of you are able to join your companions in the dinghy and push off. Some of the crew members that you've made friends with, perhaps the drinking buddy Lonan that you got completely sauced, and who you won him over, as he was maybe a little harsh on his descriptions of the denizens, the inhabitants of the Bright Desert. But anyways, you've sort of won them over. Some of them are very friendly with you, and they're sort of like waving and saying good luck, giving you sort of a nice little send off. Don't die.
Made it this far.
You have. And you begin to paddle the dinghy over to the docks, which takes you very little time. You find yourself tying off the small rowboat to the this dilapidated, crumbling network of docks that are almost all but disintegrated by the lack of upkeep and just the pummeling of waves and salt from the water. But you're able to get yourselves to a dock, and you are able to get yourselves onto the land. And so for some of you, that might be a welcomed thing. And then you look around and you see the ruins of Zarak. You see the remains of towering stone buildings that once housed the dwarves that lived here. You do pick up, Murdoch, the telltale sort of dwarven architecture design that you come to know from your background. Most of the buildings are in various states of collapse, almost all of them. Some of them are all but toppled into rubble. The streets are deserted, and there is a sort of eerie sense of stillness that hangs in the air. As you lift the last bits of your gear out of the dinghy, what would you like to do?
Well, which way is out? Can I tell?
Well, it's hard. So there's this network of all but destroyed streets in this what was once the docks district, and you know that you need to move away from the water's edge, for example.
Yeah.
You know that much, but it's hard to. You kind of know the general direction. You want to go east from here. I think I have a map. Let me see if I can bring up a map here for y'all.
Southeast, isn't it?
Are there any tracks that we notice?
Ooh, give me a survival check. Let's see. I do have a map that I'm going to bring up for you guys.
17.
Give me one sec. Okay. So you know that there is at least the remnants possibly of a road that would head east from Zarak. If you can see that map there.
So we'll need to make it to the river, basically, to the river.
Following that. Yep, that river, exactly. Let's see.
Well.
Grogmar, you are looking for tracks. In this general area near the docks, you don't see much. What did you roll again?
17.
17. Okay, but as you sort of move away a little bit from the docks, you start to see tracks indeed, tracks large and small. You know from your great tracking ability that it looks to be human in nature, possibly dwarven in nature, but then there are larger tracks, possibly ogre. You see distinct signs of troll footsteps through the dust and the mud. Most of them are very old and have dried. As that mud dried, they're kind of crusty and eroded maybe from the wind and that sort of thing. But yeah, there is some activity relatively recent, but not like right, today.
Keep an eye out, friends. This is a traveled place, not necessarily by friends.
We need to find the river. take the road out that way.
Okay, it's business time. Yes, this is what we're here for.
Yes. Did we see from the bay when we were on the boat? Could we see the mouth of the river coming in and out?
Yes, you could.
Okay.
Yep.
So wherever we are relative to that, we're just gonna go. We need to go that way, go to the river, and then go up it.
Okay. Whoever is leading the way, give me a survival check, as if you're sort of trying to navigate your way through this city. It's not going to be a direct route because there are streets that kind of snake and weave their way through the area.
Sure.
I'll give Leonin guidance. So you add a D4.
All
to your
right.
roll.
Very nice.
Sweet. We're gonna be doing pretty good here.
Show us the way, brother. Show us the way.
25 total.
25. Oh, very
25.
nice. You know generally where the river is. At times you can see it flowing in and amongst the ruins of the city. There are bridges that cross the river that have fallen into the river. There are, algae and other plants that have grown over those submerged sections of bridge. You can see that there are plants that have started to inhabit, probably for a long time, trees that have grown through the cobblestone streets. And you're able to follow, for the most part, where you believe the river is, weaving your way through this network, coming against some dead ends, that where the rubble, the field of debris is too much, and you backtrack to continue on. To traverse some of these large boulder fields of old building would take you so much time to get through, and they look quite dangerous. But you're able to follow it pretty well. You make your way through the town, and you, as Grogmar is looking at tracks and keeping an eye peeled for any activity, you get the sense that you're not alone. It takes you the better part of 2-3 hours as you're navigating your way through this old ruined city. You're really good at navigating through open lands, but this is tough. The air grows thick with the smell of decay, the sound of, let me see who would hear it. We've got your passive perception. Grogmar, with the passive perception of 16, you hear the sound of shuffling footsteps that echo down the broken streets towards you. You're the first one to hear it.
I will make hand gestures to my friends towards my ear and then pointing around.
Is it the way we're traveling? From ahead?
It is.
Okay. Perhaps everybody stop and we'll see what comes our way. I try to get a position behind some rubble or something to sort of hide.
Yeah. Are we all going to scatter and sort of try and...
Sure.
Yeah.
As long as we're within sight of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Baz is
okay.
going to crouch behind some runes.
So you're gonna
Set his
hunker
line
down and hide, see if you can
Yeah,
hide.
just be real
Yeah.
quiet.
All right, so everybody give me a stealth check while I give a shout out to FRB 2022 for the donation. We got a $20 donation that just came in. If you're in the chat, let us know if that is for a specific reward. We do have advantages and healing potions that would fit that. Let us know, FRB 2022, if you're hanging out with us. Otherwise, we'll just say that they're team advantages.
Now, before we scatter, I'm going to cast Pass Without Trace on us.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oh,
Thank
There we
you.
That lasts quite a long time.
Thank you. Oh, man.
thank
That lasts
God.
for an hour, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
one.
It is a concentration spell, though, but yes, it lasts for an hour.
Very cool. All
Wow.
right.
I cast that on everybody and draw my steel bow.
I'm gonna hang
Very
next
good.
to Grogmar a little bit then.
All right. So what else did you guys roll? And remember, you add 10 to the roll for Pass Without a Trace.
Okay. 18 for me.
13 all day.
15 here.
Wow, it's a good thing he cast that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh
we're
man.
in trouble.
Oh
We
my
were in
God.
trouble there.
All right, so you get down from Grogmar's sort of warning that there's something or someone ahead, sounds of movement. You get down behind some rubble and you can see the outlines of figures that appear to be shuffling amongst the rubble ahead of you, lurching forward with an unnatural gait. They're probably, you just catch a glimpse of them. Grogmar, you see them because of that high perception of yours as a ranger. You see just the tops of these humanoid creatures, maybe dwarven, that seem to walk in a strange manner past an opening in the street and then kind of disappear. That's when you hear additional shuffling off to your right. And maybe a couple of slight moans. And then off to your left, you hear the same.
Oh no.
Now, my friends, there are, from a meta level, there are potential foes that seem to be active in this area now. You've gotten yourself into a situation where you can take action of some sort to avoid the possibility of getting into direct combat. You could engage in direct combat with whatever lies ahead, which you're not sure about, but Grogmar, you can tell that there's a handful of these creatures, maybe more.
Unknown foe, always
Unknown
bad.
foe. And what I'd like to do is what's called a skill challenge, if you're familiar. Each of you can kind of give me an idea of what you want to do, whether that is to, and as a group, you can decide, should we engage or should we try to avoid, first of all. But each of you will tell me what your intent is with your character and what you want to roll to try to do the thing that you want to do. And you get one roll to do it. And it should be something that you are proficient in terms of a skill.
Okay.
You can also use a magic if you want to. That would also suffice. So basically we'll go around. If you guys, well, first of all, do you want to engage or do you want to try to avoid?
I would vote for avoid since we don't know the number of this enemy. We don't know the nature of this city.
Yeah. It feels like we're kind of surrounded, so I would probably say avoid.
Yeah, I've got a few ideas as to how to get out of the situation, but it's a matter of what everybody else wants.
Yeah.
To do.
Basil and Grogmar, what are your thoughts?
Well, I don't think that we should take them, whoever they are, whatever they are. I think we make our way to the river as fast as possible.
I love this. Hey, real quick, while you're having this conversation, Bleak Season, thank you for the random encounter donation. Really do appreciate that. We have a random encounter. I'm going to roll that while you guys are having your conversation, so continue.
Okay.
Avoid if possible, confront if necessary.
I don't know, boys. Do you think we could take them?
No.
From my perspective, we have two courses of action. Well, other than engaging them, for escape, we can make it to the river, and I can aid us once we're in the water to get further up the river, or we can go up. Dave, I don't know what the buildings around us look like as far as are there roofs that we could be on?
There are very few roofs. There are walls in some places. In fact, I just put a map up for you guys to give you a little bit of an idea of what you might be hiding out in.
All right.
So yeah, there's no roofs. You can't really climb up too high. You could get up on these walls, but they're very sketchy. Like they could fall over and it could be dangerous. And it could also, you could try it, I guess I should say.
That's right out then.
Call it some dwarven architecture into question there.
Oh no, sorry
How
about
rude.
that, Murdoch.
How rude.
You mouth roofs, and I look at Doc, and I just smile and shake my head.
No, then I say if we need to escape to the river, then we should do that.
Bulk looks at him and goes, no, not the river.
Basil's gonna open a bottle of wine, not the North vintage, but just another random bottle, and then just hand it to Doc and say, "I think the river it is. Take what you need.
Just
Close
takes
to
a massive
yourself."
swig, hands it back. Right. What if we break out of here? Stay on my tail. I'm a natural sprinter. I cover good ground. I might lose you.
I love
This
it.
battle brought to you by North Wine. North Wine for all of your
Do
northern
we have a
wine
sponsor?
needs.
Do we have a sponsor for this? I love it.
For all your commissioned by the Dwarven Athletics team.
When you need
North
some
Wine.
courage.
So here's the good news. Here's the good news. Let's do this first. Give me. You guys are going to try to do these things. Let's go around. We'll start with Doc. What's your plan to avoid these creatures that have been identified, and what are you going to roll for us?
Now, I was thinking maybe insight to see if I could pick up some languages to find out what they might be, whether they be dwarfs or something else.
Give us an insight check.
Okay. Ooh, that's 24.
Oh, that is really good. And here you get some very important information. You hear this. And it sounds Dwarven.
Oh, I think they might be my brethren there, boys. I pick up a bit of dwarven tones.
How about Basil? Basil, what are you gonna do?
Basil's in a rough spot right now. Basil is slightly hungover. Basil is feeling not at his best, and is I think, Lonan, which way is the river? It's gonna book it.
All right, so you're gonna run.
Oh no!
Give
It's gonna run
me an athletics check.
and try to, but like not run. Is gonna start to sneakily like. I don't think it's a disappear with like a sprint. I think he's like gonna start like making his way sort of through piles of rubble that direction, and like really hope that somebody's gonna follow him.
All right, so what, Scoos, what would you roll for this? What were you thinking?
I don't think he was thinking, so I think I'm just gonna go with a terrible stealth roll.
Okay.
I think Basil's not excited. Ooh, 15.
15 on the stealth roll. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
That's with the plus 10, right?
No, it is not. But that would be a 25 with the plus 10.
If he's within a certain distance of
If I'm
Grogmar,
within,
right?
if you follow me, then I get it forever. But
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
So
Let's
you
find
start off
out-
good.
Let's find out what Grogmar is going to do, and we'll see how that plays in.
I was probably going to use survival to keep a listen out from where they are,
Okay.
and then or perception, either one, and try to go towards it where it's more quiet, sort of.
Hmm.
You know,
I love
make
it.
my way around them.
I love it. Yeah, give me either one of those that works, whatever you're proficient in. And guys, don't forget that you do have advantages from the chat, from the chat's gracious donations to our fundraiser for St. Jude. Just a quick reminder, if you want to go make a donation, there's the link. And we do have some rewards that you can provide back to our players. And I'm going to put those up on screen too. What'd you get, Grogmar?
23.
Oh my God. Wonderful. Okay. So yeah, you're able to sort of gauge where the least amount of activity is and go that way. And probably at one point you see Basil start to run and you just sort of like grab him and redirect him a little bit. You're like, no, this way.
Just a little halfling legs.
He's just like, you're like, no. And then you set him down and he just takes off. Kind of like those cars that you back
you
up.
just like
to
pull
widen.
back. Yep, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yep.
He's like,
Same-
he's like
same
a
page.
comet. Look at him go.
Did you say comet?
Yeah.
Oh, how
appropriate.
How apropos, yeah.
Is that the random encounter?
It's coming, trust me. Bleak season got you a good one. So let's get over to our druid, Lonan. What are you gonna do, my friend?
All right, so this is my idea, and I think I might roll an insight just to see if it's a feasible idea, a good idea.
Okay.
But the idea is, since we're trying to get up the river, get away to the river, away from these shambling baddies, the idea is I'm going to take my rope out of my pack. I'm going to hand one end to the nearest party member and tie the other end around my waist.
Mm.
And I'm going to say, follow the crocodile. And I start going towards the river.
Oh my. Okay.
Get yourself a plank, grab onto the rope.
We're going water skiing.
Let's go.
All right. So what kind of a roll would you make, do you think?
Either I don't know, insight, like I said, an insight to see if that's a good idea, or a survival. I don't know. You tell me.
Okay. Yeah, let's go. I think it's a great idea. So let's say a survival to see if you can figure out the best route to get there.
Cool. All right. Sweet. It's a nat 20.
Oh my God, you guys. Seriously?
26.
It's a good thing that Bleak
Yes.
dropped this encounter, because you guys are crushing it. Boom. Nice job. All right. So yeah, you all feel really good. You start making your way towards an area where there's less moaning and shambling and dwarven jibber jab. Sorry, Shiv. And as you start to leave,
Unbelievable.
I know. It's ridiculous sometimes.
Oh, so many
As you
stereotypes.
begin to leave the space, we'll say with Lonan sort of leading the way, Grogmar and Basil, and then Doc kind of like this, I would think, coming out of that little area there.
Yep.
Suddenly, from the earth in front of you erupts this enormous, many-legged, insect-like creature. And anybody can roll to see if they know what this is. For those of us behind the scenes, this is called an onkeg. Which appears to have been lurking underneath the rubble, perhaps feeding on undead creatures or other visitors to this ruined city. What do you got, Shiv?
22 on history.
Yeah, you know what this is. You've probably even seen these things before. Your people who, when they're not moaning zombies, they refer to this as onkeg in your language.
Yeah, I'll just look at them and go, "Oh, the onkeg."
Now the beauty of this. Did anybody else roll to know what this is?
I rolled a 3.
I did, but I rolled a 2. Yes.
Yeah.
I got a 13.
Basil, you're kind of paging through the books in your head, trying to what was that again? I've got the monster manual in my bookshop. God damn it! You're looking through.
I should have brought it.
Yeah, no shit.
I don't think it's poisonous, so therefore I probably don't know what it is.
Now the beauty of this, guys, as you all roll initiative, is that there's not one of these things.
Oh no!
Oh,
There's
lovely.
2 of them,
Oh, okay.
and a second one emerges from the rubble to your right.
Oh shit! No!
All right, so we're
I'm just
rolling
looking up at
initiative.
this thing.
We're getting into it here.
Oh
That's
Oh
caught.
no!
man!
All right,
Oh,
25
no.
to 20 on initiative.
Oh, sorry. Where'd my dice go?
$15 to 20.
16.
16 for Grog. Mar. 10 to
sure this
15.
is-
Guys, hello?
13.
Is this thing on?
13.
That was for Lonan?
Yep.
All right, Lonan. 5 to 10. Is this mic even on? 5 to 10?
No.
It
0
is.
to 5. 0 to 5.
4.
2.
4.
Wow, guys.
Deuces.
All right, Grogmar, you're at the top of the order. What would you like to do as you see these 2 creatures erupt from the rubble around you? Knowing well that there are still moaning sounds around, and that this could draw attention. Thanks, Bleak.
Yeah, they came out of the ground and they're fast. I don't believe that running's gonna work.
They are fast.
So I'm gonna drop Pass Without Trace and bonus action Hunter's Mark on the one to the north of me, based on the picture.
All right, we'll call that number 1, and number 2
Yes.
is in front of you. So Hunter's Mark.
And then I'm gonna take my bow and fire 2 shots at it.
Let her rip.
Okay. First shot will be a 22 to hit.
Yes, that definitely hits. You quickly knock an arrow and fire it, and it flies right in as its mandibles are like chittering back and forth. You shoot one right into its mouth parts. Give me some damage.
That is 12 points of piercing damage.
Ooh, nice. You want to take a second shot?
And then my second shot is going to be a 19 to hit.
Also hits.
Sweet. And because he's injured now, he's going to take an additional D8 points of damage because I am a Colossus Slayer.
Ooh, hello.
Yes. Nice.
Ding, ding, get that.
Interesting what you learn about your companions when you're not drinking.
I just see Basil like carrying this case of wine and being like, just running.
It's got a wand out in front of it.
Back, you fiend.
17 points of piercing damage.
Whoa, all right. Yeah, that second shot, it reels back as it's sort of like up on its multiple hind legs. It kind of reels as you take that second shot, and then it looks over at you. Kind of angry, I'm not going to lie.
And I'm
Angry?
I'm gonna
Nice.
move
Very,
back.
very good. Very
I'm
good.
gonna move back a little bit,
Yes, please do.
just a little bit.
That brings us over to Lonan. What are you going to do, my friend? This
All
one's
right.
right in front of you.
That's the one that got hit.
The one that got hit, it has the green circle.
Okay.
Yep.
Then. All right. The way we were traveling to the right there, is that the way to the river?
Yes, you were heading to the right on the map screen, which, by the way, this map was created by our friends over at 2 Minute Tabletop. Yeah,
Oh,
good stuff.
great.
I'll put a link
Awesome.
to
They do some
their.
good work over there.
2-minute TPK.
Yeah. And they never made it past the dwarven
It's
forts.
That's right.
All right.
Ooh, Doc Shoulder, thank you so much for the donation. I'm guessing that's for some advantages for our table. Let me know if that's correct. Go ahead, Lonan.
I'm going to put a wall of wind across both of these guys so that we still have an exit to the right there along that building, along that rubble there.
Okay.
So it'll form up right where they are. I think we can get them both there. And that is a wind wall. Anybody in the wind wall, and I, tell my friends, of course, they need to make a strength saving throw.
Okay, so you're able to capture both of these creatures in the wind wall?
Yeah, I can shape
Okay.
it 50 feet long, 15 feet high, 1 foot thick. And basically, as long as it's contiguous, I can put it anywhere I want.
Okay, I like it. So I need to make a save. Which one is it? Dex?
Strength saving throw.
Strength. Okay, so the first one, number 1. You know what? Let's do this because we've got it up. There we go. Number 1. I rolled a 14 plus some stuff. 17 total.
Oh, it's a 14 DC.
All right, and then the second guy does not make it with a 7. So number 2 does not make it.
All right, so that's 15 damage for the one that didn't make it and 7 for the one that did.
17 for the one that did not make it. Is that what you said?
15 damage.
15. Okay. And half of that. Okay. The one that's circled in green right now, parts of its chitinous exoskeleton just blow off from the wind that you create, and just fly off as parts of its shielding and armoring starts to disintegrate and fall apart. Anything else you want to do? Do you want to move at all?
I would like to interpose myself so that the number 2 Ankeg has nowhere to go towards us. So basically, right, I guess where I am. I'm not sure how close I am.
You're within 5 feet of this thing.
Okay, so right
Yeah.
there is good.
Yeah.
As long as
It's-
it can't move past me, it either has to stay in the wall or move away from us.
Okay. So on its turn, they need to move either in the wall, stay in the
Well, they
wall, or
can-
move away.
Yeah, they can stay in the wall.
But they can't move towards you. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that I'd like to block the way so that he can't move towards me. He's got to move either away from me or,
All right. So
unless he
Yeah.
can trample me or go under me or something.
yeah, well, they probably could. I'm gonna say so it's their turn. So the first one, number 1, is going to move out of the wind and get over by Doc here. It's going to take a couple of attacks at Doc, or actually just one attack, I should say. It is going to spit it's going to spit a line of acid, 30 feet long and 5 feet wide. That's going to hit both Doc and potentially hit both Doc and Grogmar. I need you guys to make some dex saves, please.
Ooh, okay. Ooh, not bad. That's an 18 for me.
Okay. So you take 5 points of acid damage.
18 for me as well.
And you also take 5 points of acid damage as it just burps up what's left of its green hemolymph acid bile on top of the two of you. Number 2 is going to try to move this way out of your wind.
Okay.
And that should be okay, right? As it gets close to you on the other side, it is going to try to bite you, Lonan.
Fantastic.
So used to... Ooh, that's not going to be good. I think it misses you with a 7. Nope,
Yes,
a
that's a
10. A 10 misses you. So
Yes.
it tries to bite you and totally misses you. That brings us to Basil. This thing is sort of looming over your friend, and you're sort of hidden behind your wine crate in the rock outcrop.
Get him, Basil.
Basil's going to kind of look at what's going on, and we need to book it. We need to get the hell out of here. So Basil's going to look at this one that's towering over Lonan and is going to cast Phantasmal Force.
Ooh.
And so this Ankeg has to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, okay. It's not their forte, but we'll go for it. I rolled a 2, so I'm going to go ahead and say
Well,
that's a
they need a
failed.
14, so did not make it.
Nice.
And this Ankeg is going to see. Can I quickly make like a some sort of like what is Basil doesn't know about Ankegs.
Okay.
I think he's gonna make another larger, angrier Ankeg appear kind of between the two of them.
Okay.
Like
Fight.
like right about here. And it's gonna look much angrier and disappointed and like upset with these two Ankegs and try to like shame them into backing off a little
Like-
bit.
Gotcha.
Like Dad's turned up.
And this is an illusory Ankeg replica.
It is, but this Ankeg believes it to be 100% real.
Absolutely. All right. So that happens. It sees
And then-
this thing.
Yeah.
All right. And
Again, I'm gonna try to like just bring my wine, like kind of close, like out. Just get the hell out of there.
okay. Yeah, I will say that this thing is so like surprised and maybe intimidated by this larger Ankeg that it will not take an attack of opportunity at you as you move away.
Great. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna maybe like wait here for everybody to like get out of there.
Okay. All right. I love it. That brings us to Doc. Murdoch, what are you going to do, buddy?
Okay, so this thing is basically looming over me, right?
Yes.
Is that what's happening? Yeah,
there's one. Does everybody see the illusion, Basil?
No, only
okay.
only the one that I targeted. Only the one that's not damaged yet and is messing with Lonin.
I love it. Murdoch, you're covered with acid bile, first of all, from the one that's in front of you with the green circle around it on the map there.
Lovely.
That's the most immediate threat. The other one is engaged with your druid friend just to the south of you.
Okay, so for my bonus action, I speak a word to my hammer and it sets alight for my searing smite. And I look at and turn over my shoulder to Grogmar and go, "Watch this!" And I'm going to take a swing with my warhammer at it. So here we go.
I love it.
That is a 23 to hit.
Yes, you hit. Very
And
nice.
It takes 7 points of bludgeoning damage, and it will now take. Hang on.
Nice shot.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
5 points of fire damage on top of that as well.
So what's the total?
14 12 points.
Okay, 12.
12.
All right. That's more than enough. Tell me, how do you crush this thing with this
Nice.
amazing hammer of yours?
Basically, as you see, the flaming hammer, he takes like a big uppercut swing and just takes it into into its like body and just sort of smashes it aside as the flame just like rips through it.
Yeah, you just crush it. It falls to the ground. Most of its carapace having been cracked and destroyed. You find a sweet spot. It splashes that green bile all over the stonework and kind of sizzles. And then Grogmar, you see this happen, and you turn to get a bead on the next target, and you can see just to the south of you that second Onkeg.
All right. So
Yeah.
bonus action move, Hunter's Mark to that one.
Well, let me ask this real quick. Doc, did you have any movement, or did you have a second attack? I might have jumped away from you.
Just one attack. That's all I've got. And I'm going to stay with my buddy Grogmire.
All right. Back to you, Grogmar.
So bonus action move, Hunter's Mark to number 2.
Okay.
And I'm going to shoot him.
Yeah. Good call.
A 26 to hit.
Yes, sir. That will definitely hit. Big time.
13 points of piercing damage.
Okay. This thing
And I'm gonna
is
take-
also looking pretty bad right now.
Good.
Yep.
Second shot.
Yep.
Nat 20.
Oh my god. Nicely done. So basically you roll damage as you normally would on a nat 20, but then add whatever that die is. Max damage on the die.
And I add another die because
That's right.
of my ranger
awesome.
ability.
Let's
Juicy.
Yes.
Let's do it. Come on, let's do it.
Juicy.
Hell yeah. So much damage.
28 points of piercing damage.
28. Tell me, my friend, how does this second shot drop this Onkeg?
So as this Onkeg is getting Onkeg shamed in its mind by the other one, and it just looks like a disappointed child that its mother's just not happy about it, and it's kind of shrunk a little into itself. I'm just gonna go ahead and shoot it right in the throat area. Try to just put an arrow right there.
Hell yeah. I mean, your aim is true. You fire it through, and it's almost like the arrow seems to tear open a very important vessel or structure within the thing's head, and it just like splits apart, and just the head splits and falls from your arrow shot, and the rest of the body follows as it slams into the ground.
Nice.
You look around at this point, no immediate targets, but you do hear the sound of moaning as the creatures that have been milling about have heard the chaos, have heard the eruption of these creatures, and are now swarming in as a horde upon your position. Now, luckily, my friends, you guys rolled amazingly in your skill challenge, and you had a full success. So you are able to bypass the undead horde using your subterfuge, using your alligator water skiing approach to taking the river. And you guys make it out of harm's way. Perhaps a bit tarnished on I guess, at least for Doc and for Grogmar, in terms of that spittle having been erupted onto you a little bit. But you do, my friends, make it out of Zarok safely as your alligator druid pulls you water skiing. Crocodile, thank you. Thanks for correcting me. Your crocodile druid pulls you up the river, and you make it out and into the Aber-Az hills. And this, my friends, is I think where we will take our first break. When we come back, we will have entered into the Bright Desert itself. I want to take a moment to just thank everybody in the chat who's been hanging out with us. Thanks for all the raiders that came in, everybody who's been contributing to the fundraising effort. We are, again, doing all of this for a great cause, and it is the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. They do amazing work. When we come back from the break, Chad, if you're willing, we'll do another little rundown on what they do, get people fired up to continue to throw money at this organization, which is doing great stuff for children. And as a result of donating, we do have rewards for our players and for the GM, which includes advantage points for $10, healing potions. And there are even, as we learned through the generous donation of Bleak Season, there's an opportunity to donate random encounters with some monsters. I have quite a monster list here that goes from challenge rating 1 all the way up to challenge rating 18. So I'm hoping that maybe we get to see some more of that. But nevertheless, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, get some more water, and we will see you all back here in just a couple of short minutes. Thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it. We'll see you shortly. There we go. Hello, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Welcome if you just got here. Thanks for sticking around if you've been here for the whole time. We got some great raids. This game is part of the Greyhawk Creatives Megastream Fundraising event for St. Jude Children's Research Hospitals. And Chad is going to give you a little brief rundown on what it is that St. Jude does and why it's so important for you to dig deep into your pockets to help us out. So go ahead, Chad. Give us a little update.
Yep, St. Jude, where no child is denied treatment based on race, religion, or family's ability to pay. They treat children from all over the globe, and the family never receives a bill from them for housing, treatment, or food. The number one important thing to do is get the children better. So they've increased children's survivability rate from when they were opened at about 20% against cancer to over 80% now. So they are working miracles. They're doing a fantastic job, and I'm so proud to be here, doing this charity for them.
Heck yeah. Thank you very much. Great organization and a great cause. So if you have the option to support, please do. If not, hang out and help spread the word about the great work that they do. Both of those are very important. So thank you for that. All right, my friends. A couple of weeks have passed since the incident in Zarok. And the journey has not been without strife. The foothills of the Arbor presented you with some challenges, banditry, a nearly fatal fight against evil Durgar, as if they're any other kind. Sorry, Murdoch.
just dragging my people through.
I know. And the thing was, they were heralding themselves under the banner of something that they referred to in the Dwarven tongue that you understood as Father Eye.
Oh.
There were mountain beasts that made off with some of your supplies. You saved the wine, as it is one of Basil's prized possessions. Although supplies are dwindling at this point. It's been a couple weeks. You had a series of skirmishes along the winding path with ogre scouts who might have quickly ended your quest if not for your cunning, your stealth. In other words, you guys ran like hell. Following the instructions of your patron from the city of Greyhawk, Alistair Crownland, you found yourselves eventually in Owlbear, where you made contact with the Draz tribesmen and negotiated a guide to the buried runes that they refer to as Gil Kogel. Now, you've been outfitted at a hefty price, gold, perhaps some trade items possibly from your inventory, maybe some of the remaining wine bottles. You've been outfitted, nope, I guess not. You've been outfitted with camel-like mounts laden with supplies, and you have been on a journey into some of the deepest reaches of the Bright Desert. Lonan, it probably feels good to you to be home, and you maybe even know some people in Owlbear.
Yes, which would be a bad thing. I'm gonna be Loden's gonna be kind of wary while we're in Owlbear. Every time we run across an encampment of clansmen or tribesmen, I sort of make sure, sort of scan them and seem to relax. And I would have helped, I would imagine, convince the headman of the Esdras tribe with maybe a create food and water for his people for that day, maybe with some old faith druid mumbo jumbo, that sort of thing, to get him to be more pliant.
Yeah, I would say that you quickly make friends when you're providing food and water as part of the trade or sort of the negotiation, the exchange. You do garner the attention of some of the local nomads. This is a gathering place where tribesmen from all over the region come to trade goods, information, perhaps allow for familial intermingling and sort of like, the ability to, to see old friends perhaps from other tribes or perhaps settle grudges with folks that they haven't seen in a while that maybe owe them something or that kind of thing. But yeah, you garner some good will from the local big man, as they say. And
try to get while I'm chatting with them, I'll try to get a feel for where they stand as far as the Masalco clan and how they feel about them, and basically try to poo-poo their leader as much as I can.
Oh, okay. Give me a persuasion check.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and use one of those advantages.
There we go. That's what they're there for.
That's better. 13.
Okay, so 13. So what information do you leverage about the Masalco clan specifically? Is there anything specifically you want to get after, or?
Oh, I will. If the Esdras tribe seems to be the kind of tribe that is that venerates the old faith, which I would imagine a lot of them do, most of them do. And they should have a druid amongst them.
Mm-hmm.
Basically telling him that the Masalco tribe has usurped the whole druidic lineage of their own tribe, and sort of just tell them my situation, except sort of paint it in a light that it's their leader is kind of a dick.
Yes, and they're aware of what's been going on with certain tribes that have been persuaded somehow to abandon some of the old ways, some of the old beliefs and teachings, and ceremony that is important to tribes like yours, like the Urdzad's tribe, who you're engaging with specifically. They are very much adherents to the old faith, much like yourself.
The only way to survive the desert. Is what I think.
Yeah. I mean, you put yourself at the mercy of the gods, who still care to even gaze in the direction of the bright desert. And so to be able to wield some of that goodwill from the gods is important to these people as well as it is to you. So you get a sense that they are on the same page with you. They're copacetic in terms of their beliefs, and that helps to further procure your passage deeper into the desert. And like I said, you are provisioned with camel-like mounts and provisions that you would need from the tribe. Yep. They're eager to help you. You do gather some information about the Tuareg tribe, which has been fairly active in the region, and that they have been known, as you may know already, but they have been known to kidnap other members of other tribes, and maybe perhaps those people disappear from the Bright Desert or are put to work in some area unbeknownst to what's going on with the rest of the tribes, who are just trying to survive and maintain their ways. So they're not good people.
No, on the way here, I'd imagine this would have come up in the weeks that we've been traveling by now. But the fact that a lot of the tribes, including my own, where I came from, are not the nicest people. Are opportunistic, predatory, and misogynistic, and just I just don't paint a very good light of them during our travels.
I think that's enough for Basil to try to swindle some alcohol out of whoever we encounter in that village.
To replenish your supplies a little bit?
Yeah, in like a super shiesty way. Yeah.
Oh.
Like, so I'll fill. I mean, I don't know. I will fill one of my empty bottles with the leaking alchemy jug full of wine, and then try to barter it for like something worth more.
Oh yeah. All right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So there are some local drinks that are, and I don't know all the details of them, and neither does Basil, but they are fermented drinks made with possibly some of the succulent vegetation that grows in some of the deep canyon-like areas, old riverbeds and that sort of thing. So yeah, you can try to negotiate or your way to get some of that. Let's get a persuasion check from Basil.
Cool. That is a 15.
All right, let me just roll an insight check, just a straight D20 for just a general. Is Basil up to something? I rolled a 19.
Well, Basil's definitely up to something.
Yeah,
but like maybe he's a halfling with a blonde mustache and a weird looking cap. You know?
I mean, let's go back to the map screen so people can actually see this mustache come up. It's a beautiful push broom mustache. Here's what happens, Basil. You're in the middle of negotiating, trying to. You've had a couple of samples of this liquor, this spirit, if you will. It's extremely strong, and the individual that you're trading with takes your bottle of wine and gives you. You see this large jug that they've been pouring portions out for people to sample. They give you a small, like almost like a half pint jar with a cork in the top of it, and they hand it to you.
Great.
It's very potent, but it's not as much as you had hoped you would get.
I mean, I have about 3 bottles of wine left, so we're anything will do right now.
Anything will do, indeed. I love that.
Now, have we already gone through some desert to get here?
Yes, you have.
So as soon as we got to any desert, I would have filled a pouch with some of what I refer to as hot snow.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I've got this pouch of hot snow that you can often see me just with my hand in, kind of dropping it in and playing with it with almost a childlike wonder. And I'm just like,
this is really cool.
Basil's
I
gonna
can't wait
chase
to
some
one day.
sparkles.
Yeah, I can't wait to one day take it home. Like I'm like smelling it. I'm like, this doesn't smell like snow or the northern leaf.
I'll I'll tell them this stuff is redder because it's by the hills, but by the shore, the sand there is very white.
I show another pouch and I'm like, I'm ready.
All right. Okay, good.
Okay, prepared.
So you guys see the
I'm
map
ready.
here. You've traveled out of Zarok and you found a pathway that brought you down this, like through this canyon here to Ulbakak. Now you know that there are oases, especially Lonan. You know that there are oases out here in the in the desert that still produce some water sources and that kind of thing. You know that the Tuareg nomads who you've been warned of, they hang out, and their main sort of headquarters is in Ghazal to the north. So just as some background information. But yeah, Grogmar, you have your hot snow, and it's very granular. It feels good in the hand, and you definitely are. You've found the place that you'd been looking for.
This is great, guys. I'm so happy to be here.
I love it. By the way, just a really quick shout out to Anna B. Meyer for the amazing maps that she continues to produce for the Greyhawk community. Just outstanding work. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good, and it's such an inspiration. So thank you, Anna, for that. We really appreciate it. Yeah, Anna is super awesome. Agreed. Okay, so my friends, you set out. Well, first of all, is there anything else that you would want to get or do in Ulbakak before leaving? You've done some negotiation for some booze. You've talked to the big man and gotten some information about the locals. If there's nothing else, we'll set out.
I think that's good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, as I mentioned, weeks have passed, right? It's been a while since the Zarok incident, and you've made your way to this place. You negotiated a guide to help you locate the buried ruins of Gilgogel, which is the place that you're headed to see if you can find what your patron has sent you to find. You've been outfitted with camel-like mounts laden with supplies. You're journeying into the deepest reaches of the Bright Desert. Now, only a couple of days into this expedition, you find yourselves, as it happens in a Dungeons and Dragons one-shot, you find yourselves ambushed by a fanatical group of nomads.
Could it be the Tuareg tribe?
It might, you know what? It could be the Tuareg tribe that you've heard so much about and been trying to avoid. They surprised you during your daytime rest. Now, typically when you're traveling in the desert, as Lonan would know and your guide would know, you rest during the hottest parts of the day. You travel during the evening and the mornings and at night if you can. So during the day, you oftentimes will spend time at these oases, and it's at one of these oases that you hear the rumbling of horses approaching. You look out, Lonan, and you see the cloud of dust growing in size as it's coming towards you, indicating that this group of horses and whoever may be on their backs are getting closer to this small little oasis that you are at. Your scout hurriedly gathers things and lashes their gear to the camel-like creature and gets aboard the mount and motions to you to do the same as he kicks it into action. And you leave the small oasis trying your best to hopefully avoid a conflict, but it doesn't work. And you find yourselves now being chased across the open desert. Your mount's giving off dust as you race as fast as you can, pushing these animals. I need everybody to make an animal handling check, as you now are being put to the test on whether or not you can manage these creatures.
I'm going to give myself guidance for this.
Yes, think of this like the classic like Wild West movie,
yeah,
like chase scene where there's a group of them, quite large now you can see, that have fanned out on their horses in kind of like a single line. As you're like urging your camel like creatures forward, you look over your shoulder, you can see them gaining on you. So first I want everybody to give me an animal handling check. We'll start with Grogmar.
I got a 21.
Wow. Holy cats. All right. Nice.
The Ranger, man.
That's beautiful. Basil.
6. Basil's facing the other direction on the camel.
Don't fall off that too.
He's just holding on to his crate of whatever bottles of wine are left. Doc.
17.
Nice. And Lonan.
13.
Okay, not bad, guys. Now you're urging your animals forward. Basil seems to be falling behind of the group. Your scout pushing on ahead of you. This is the same kind of idea. This is a skill challenge. So I want you each to tell me what you're doing to try to you don't have to try to escape if you don't want to. You can turn to face them. You get the sense that these are insurmountable odds, though, and it could be dangerous if you try to go toe-to-toe with these Tareg, especially given all that you'd heard. So you're up to you, though, as always. If you want to engage, that's fine. If you don't, tell me what you would want to try to do to outrun them, escape their pursuit, and what skill you want to roll to do so. And why don't we start with our ranger?
Can I use my athletics to do some fancy camel riding trickery?
Yeah. With a 21 animal handling check, absolutely you can.
I'd like to try to do a handstand on this, but I don't know if that's going to work. They will be terrified of that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
17.
A 17.
Athletics check.
Wow. So you're just like, you're doing some handstands and like giving them sort of like
and pointing to them.
Yeah, right. Almost like you're trying to intimidate them a little bit, it seems like.
Yes.
I love it. All right. It seems to be working as you see them just kind of like shaking their heads. Like, what? What is happening? And they're just, yeah, and they're chasing after you. Let's go to Basil, who is like barely able to maintain his position on the top of the camel.
Nothing is stronger than family.
How are we within how long until they catch us? Do we have 11 minutes until they catch us?
No.
Very specific.
You think
Very specific.
Based on the decisions that you make right now, it could allow them to catch up to you within like the next 30 seconds. They're very fast and very close.
Okay.
Just to paint the picture, you guys are racing across this barren, sandy desert, but there are crags of rock that are outcropping. There are some small little canyons and some larger canyons that once used to be riverine systems when this place was lush with vegetation. So there are like features on the landscape. It's not just one sort of flat, sandy dune, if that makes any sense. It's rocky, cobbly. There are cacti and dead, like trees that look dead, but they probably aren't dead because they're desert trees, that kind of thing.
Okay. Are they possibly within 120 feet of us?
Yes.
Beautiful. Basil's like, and is gonna pull out like strange looking like antique like wand thing and just sort of close his eyes and like and it's gonna use the wand of wonder. So I have to roll a D100 to see what happens. Okay. 20.
I love this.
27 would be stinking cloud, which is actually perfect. It just sort of leaves like the camel, then like a gaseous cloud forms. Oh man!
Oh my god, that's funny. If you were riding alongside of the Tareg Raiders right now, you would hear the two of them mention to each other, "I think their camels are sick." So what does that do,
beautiful.
Scoos? Does it have a mechanical effect?
Yes, stinking cloud. Hold on. Let me.
Oh my god, that's great.
Beautiful. You create a 20-foot radius sphere of yellow, nauseating gas centered on a point within range. So like wherever they are, the point is the middle of the people that are chasing us.
Yeah. Okay. Give me an Arcana check. Here's the roll. We'll see how well this works.
That is a 19.
Okay, so you place it in a position that causes them to sort of like, they see the cloud and they don't want to ride through it. They think your camels are sick or there's some trickery afoot. And so they kind of spread out and go around it, buying you a little bit of time, if that makes sense. You kind of like,
Great.
You kind of like set them off course a little bit. Okay?
Cool.
Let's go to, nice. Let's go over to Doc, Murdoch.
Okay.
Great success.
What I'm thinking I'm doing is, with this distraction, I'm going to do a medicine check on my mount to sort of gauge how long it could have less if we're riding it that hard before it sort of collapses.
Oh, all right. Yeah, give me a medicine check.
So here we go. That is a 23.
Wow. Okay. You get the sense that if you push this beast like this much, for an extended period of time, which I'm thinking like is another couple of minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, it's going to stress it out pretty, because you guys are riding fast, and your guide is sort of like disappearing ahead of you. They know how to ride these things very well. But yeah, you feel like it's not good for the animals, especially if you can't find another oasis to rest.
Okay. I'll call that out to the rest of the gang. Like, we ride these things too much, they're gonna come down on us sooner or later.
All right. And then finally, our druid, Lonan, what would you like to do?
How far back is Basil?
Basil is falling behind, probably, I don't know, 60 feet behind you.
And it doesn't look like he's going to be recovering from that anytime soon.
No.
All right. I'm going to pull my camel up next to his.
So you would have to stop and kind of go back a little bit to get to him.
Or just sort of slow down a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
Catch up.
Slow down, sure. Okay.
And get next to him. Jesus, this is no good. I'm gonna tell him to hold on to me. Sort of reach across.
Yeah. Okay. He's gonna stuff his wand back and grab the case, the few bottles left of wine.
Just grab my
So
belt.
what's the intent here, Lonan, to bring him onto your beast and ride together away?
No, I'm also going to tie my reins to myself as well, and then I'm going to sort of slide off in between our two camels.
Here we go.
And turn into a war horse. So you can
nice. Some druid shit. I like it.
Yes.
Wow.
We're doing
My
some
intent
druid
is
shit.
to ride with Basil safely, and also have the camel that I was riding on still attached to me, so it's sort of guiding it as well. So we only lose one camel.
Ah.
Okay,
that's
great.
clever.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah. So
plan.
that's an interest. I would love to see how that works. Like you kind of grab Basil,
He's holding onto me, and
your
I
animal
tie it on my
shape.
rein.
Yep. And you turn into this horse as you're moving. Like it's not like you're standing there changing, but you're like moving forward. That's really cool. Give me
this little maneuver is going to cost us 51 years.
Yeah, exactly. Tell me this, Lonan, what kind of a role do you think this would be most applicable here? Because I would like to have a die roll to adjudicate kind of how this helps you. Survival or yeah, animal handling, maybe? Yeah, either of those makes sense to me.
Performance? No, probably not.
All right. This seems important, so I'm going to go ahead and use the other advantage.
Smart. Okay. I like it.
Good thing I did. That's a 17 then.
Wow, you guys.
20.
A 20 total?
Yeah.
Holy cow. Okay. You manage to manipulate your energy and transform yourself into a warhorse. Basil, it's bizarre. This whole thing is bizarre. As your friend transforms, you keep moving, the momentum carries you, and you take off like a freight train at this point with the warhorse.
Right before I lose my vocal cords, I say, "It's all in the timing," and I just slide off.
Exactly.
Basil just screams again.
That's amazing. Yeah, you guys managed to gain that distance. You make it up, and you join up with your companions. The guide is up ahead, looking back as they're urging their camel. The Tareg closing in on you, and you can see now that there's a canyon up ahead, and the guide takes himself down into the canyon. Do you follow?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Seemed like
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you follow into the canyon, and that, my friends, is where we will dive into this new map. You find yourself now riding through this canyon. Here it is, right here. I'll bring up the map screen. And I do not have a warhorse token ready. Let me see if I can find one really quick. I think I have one here. Tokens. Warhorse. I bet I have something in here. There we go. There's your warhorse.
Wait. Make sure to wink at my fellows as we pass them.
All right, so doop. There we go. All right, so you guys find yourself in the canyon. Your scout nowhere to be seen at this point. However, you do find that there are, let's do this. Let's roll. If you guys had not succeeded so much in these skill checks, it would be a lot worse than this. Because the Tareg is kind of split up. No, that's nothing. And you have in front of you 3 Tareg that have you, are in combat with you. They race towards you. Do you stay on your beasts, or do you jump off of your beasts to fight these guys? What do you do? Are you trying to, I'll give you like a moment if you want to try to like hide or something, but you're in this canyon. What do you want to do once you're in this canyon? You have like moments before these guys come in on you.
Basil would like to cast Fireball.
Okay. Well, this could be a very, very short encounter. So go ahead.
Everyone just stays where they are.
You need to make a...
As these 3, what did I roll? 3? I think I rolled 3. These 3 Tareg come down into the canyon. Basil, you are riding the warhorse, and you look back and you cast your fireball at them.
Yes.
This is gonna be very short and sweet. I love this.
Oh, beautiful. Oh no.
Barbecue.
What do I need to do? Do I need to roll some saves?
You need to
over
roll
here?
some dexterity saving throws. They got to be at a 14.
Okay, so first one is a 14 on the nose. If it meets, it beats. The second one is a 15, and the last one is a 5. So roll me some sweet damage.
32 fire damage to the one
Holy
that did not
shit.
save, and 16 fire damage to the one that did. To the 2 that did.
Wow. Okay.
There's just hot snow flying everywhere.
Yep. All right.
Extra
everybody-
hot snow.
Everybody, roll initiative.
How about are they on camels as well?
They're on horses.
How do the horses fare?
The horses, they don't look good. They don't look good at all.
Damn, let's
It's
hope we
not-
get fresh
it's not good
maps or
for
something.
anybody. It's not good for anybody.
No.
Let's see. I'm looking for. Use these guys. Number 3 is the one that took the damage. All right, 25 to 20, my friends. 15 to 20. What? You guys don't roll. All right, 10 to 15.
We like to see what's happening first.
14.
14 for those. Okay. Grog and Lonan. 10 to 15. No, 5 to 10.
No, 9.
9
A 9.
for Doc. And what'd you get, Basil?
5.
Well, to be fair, you did get off a fireball, so that's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
And you happen to be in the front of the pack here. They have the initiative, unfortunately, and they are going to fire some longbows at you. It looks like they'll be firing. Number 1 is going to fire at Doc, and that's going to miss because I rolled a 3. The second one's going to fire at Doc. That is a 16 to hit you, Doc.
That misses.
That misses. Okay. And then the third one is going to fire at Grogmar. Ooh, that's pretty good. That is a 21 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. That will be a total of 4 piercing damage as you take an arrow in the back as they are chasing you. That brings us to, and they're going to move as they continue to move in, they gain on you, where they're like riding right next to you now. And they have drawn, they've sort of stowed their bows and drawn scimitars as they kind of like look like they're going to try to attack you from their horses. That brings us to Grogmar.
So can I still shoot like number 1 or number 2?
I would say yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I would say you could even probably shoot at number 3 as they're approaching, because all of this is kind of happening at the same time. So
excellent.
If you wanted to, we'll just say he's here when you shoot, and then he's kind of like here as he takes the result of your roll.
All right. Let's light him up.
Do it.
I'll bonus action Hunter's Mark him.
I'm just going to say to the chat, this would be a great time to make a quick donation for a random encounter, because these guys are getting off way too easily.
I'm going to use advantage. I'm going to use advantage because that was
$30 buys you a random encounter. Critical rating 1 to 6, $75, 7 to 12. I've got a great list of creatures here to throw at them.
It's for the kids.
Sorry, go ahead, Vamp. What'd you get?
Yeah.
So on my first shot, I used advantage and I rolled a pair of 3s.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Well, you're moving on a camel. You're shooting from a camel. You know, it's tough.
So my second shot is a lot more.
Okay, that's good.
26 to hit.
Yes, that hits.
Okay.
Roll damage and then please roll an animal handling check.
Yeah.
At disadvantage.
That's fair. At what?
What? Oh, disadvantage, please.
That is 7 points of piercing damage.
Okay. Bonus action at all?
Bonus action I use to cast Hunter's Mark.
Okay, so that one's Hunter's marked. Got it.
So my animal handling with disadvantage. That's a 5 and a 4 on the die, so that's a whopping 7.
You are thrown from your beast. Give me a D6 roll.
But understand that even though I was thrown, I'm still going down yelling, "Wee!"
I wouldn't expect anything less from Grogmar.
Did you say roll a D6 for damage or something?
Yeah, D6 for some bludgeoning damage as you hit
That's
the ground.
6.
So you take 6 bludgeoning damage as you hit the ground.
Head first into it. That's great.
Mm-hmm. And your camel like runs off, as they do. That brings us to Lonan. You are prone, by the way, Grogmar.
I'm what?
You're prone on your next turn.
Yeah.
Lonan is going to
Warhorse.
Since I'm ahead, seems to be of the pack, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to loop sort of to the side and charge towards what's his number? Towards number 1 there.
Okay, so you're gonna kind of come around this way
Come around and charge at him. Yep,
with Basil on your back here.
with Basil on my back. And I sort of look back at him, give him sort of like a, and then I take off straight towards the rider.
I love it. So you guys are kind of coming at each other now.
Yep. And I am I'm trying to attack the rider. So basically, sort of try to come in at a slight angle and sort of hit the rider as opposed to hitting the horse full on. But my target is the rider.
Got it. Look at this sweet map.
That's a 17 to hit.
Yes, the 17 will hit
Oh,
this
right.
Targ.
All right. Well, that triggers my trampling charge, baby.
Oh boy.
Let's see. DC 14 strength saving throw.
All right, strength. Ooh, that's not good. That is nope, that's 12. Fails.
12. All right. So what happens is he takes 12 points of bludgeoning damage from my hooves, and then he falls prone.
12 points. Okay, so he's thrown from his beast.
He's knocked prone, so yeah.
Yep. So that's
He
12
also
points of
jumps
damage.
off.
He does
On
not
purpose.
say we though. And then I'll roll some
Voluntary
bludgeoning.
reaction.
Take some bludgeoning damage as well. Okay. Anything else from our warhorse druid?
That's all I can do.
All right, that brings us to Doc. Doc, you're
Okay.
urging your camel forward. You know that the camel is not, long for this world if you continue. Go ahead, Jose, you had something to add?
Sorry, my apologies. I do get a bonus attack with my hooves again.
Oh, all right, take it.
Once
for it.
he's prone on the ground. That's probably going to miss with a 10.
Yeah, that does miss. All right, Doc.
Yes.
What would
So
you like
this
to
thing
do?
is nearly on its last legs. It's nearly.
I mean, it's not good, yeah.
Ghost.
And then you have these nomads, these raiders that are right on you. They've got scimitars. You can see that your warhorse pal has come and turned around to confront them to try to take some of them out. One of them fallen to the dust, but there's one number 2 here on the map is right behind you.
Oh, okay. So now I'm going to attempt to swing back with my hammer and see if I can at least hit him to knock him off the horse potentially. If I
All
can.
right, let her rip.
Let's go. Oof, 15.
15 is going to hit this guy.
Oof, nice. Okay. He will take 13 points of bludgeoning damage as I just connect with whatever.
Okay. Very nice. So let's see. That's Doc's turn. Is there anything else you want to do, Doc? You crack this guy with your hammer as you're riding your camel forward.
Is there any? Well, I was gonna say, is there any way I could try and get to Grogmar to try and do the sort of sweep him up if I can? Put the hand down.
So what's going to happen is that at the end of this turn, you could try that on your next turn because I'm going to move. I'm going to move the tokens a little bit to kind of show what happened after this round. So I would say on the next round you could do that. You could come back and try to grab him. Yep.
No worries. That's my turn.
Okay, and then Basil at the end.
I think Basil's gonna be look at his flaming fingers. His hat kind of sparkles a little bit. And which one of these pursuers looks the most hardy? Or the
I mean, they
least
all look
affected by
hardy, but
anything?
they've all been burned by your fireball, and number 1 is on the ground getting trampled by your warhorse. Number
yeah.
2 is right on Doc's ass, and number 3 is taking a couple of arrows from your ranger friend.
I think I'm gonna cast Phantasmal Force on number 2.
Okay.
And
Tell
he's
us
gotta
about
make
it.
an intelligence saving throw first.
Okay. This is number 2.
DC
Okay.
is 14.
He makes it. I rolled a 16 on the die plus 0.
Well, then nothing. And Basil's gonna really try to hold on to his mind, but nothing happens then.
Okay. That brings us back to them. Now, here's what happens. Grogmar, you're on the ground. Number 3 races past you on their horse and gets up here just to kind of position people. Doc, you're continuing to ride forward on your camel with number 2 giving chase. Number 1 is on the ground. I would say that probably the Warhorse and Basil have kind of gone past that one as you trampled past him. So you could come around again and try to get him, as he is going to spend half his action to get up and take a longbow shot at your rider, Basil.
Sorry, Basil.
That is a 16 to hit you, Basil.
I'm gonna cast shield.
Okay, so does it miss?
That brings my AC up to 16. Oh shoot! Never mind. I'm not gonna cast shield. Sorry.
All right,
I'm used to. I just got not playing Dragonbane where the opposite's true, so I'm trying to make it happen.
If it meets, it beats. All right, so the arrow hits you in the chest. Ooh, wow, that is 8 piercing damage. So that's number 1's turn. Number 2 is chasing you, Doc. You slammed it with your warhammer, and it is going to make a scimitar attack at you in return.
Okay.
I rolled a natural 1, so it misses you. And number 3 has kind of reared its horse and is looking back at Grogmar and is going to race towards you, Grogmar, and is going to attack from an advantaged position on their horse with their scimitar. I'm going to use one of my advantages here.
Oh yeah.
That's a natural 20.
Oh no.
Wow.
Grogmar, you are going to take... it's only 9 slashing damage. You'll be all right. But he races past you, and you see it coming, and you try to dive out of the way, and he cuts you with the scimitar. That is their turn. Now, Grogmar, it is your turn as he kind of races past you, probably getting to it right about, well, we'll say he gets right about here.
He looks like he's in shooting distance.
He is now, because he went past you as he cut through you. He rode past you, and it looks like he's rearing his horse to come back for another swing. What do you do?
I'm gonna use half my movement to stand up, and I'm going to just move a little bit farther away from him, not much, and then I'm going to try to put 2 arrows in him.
Yeah. All right.
Let's see how it goes. Do a good
Do
job,
it.
Die.
Do it.
So that is a 24 to hit.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Yep. So he's injured, so that's going to do the extra D8 damage, and he's Hunter's Mark, so this should be good.
Yeah,
I'm feeling good.
I'd say.
16 points of piercing damage.
The first shot kills him
Nice.
as he slumps down on his horse, and the horse just kind of decides it's had enough of this and sort of veers off and rides off down the canyon.
And I yell, "Jackass!"
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And then I'm going to go ahead and shoot at... I'll use my bonus action, since I haven't used a bonus action, to move that to number 2.
Okay.
The
Your
Hunter's
moves?
Mark.
You got it.
And then I'll shoot my second arrow at number 2.
Okay.
And that is a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Nice. For 13 points of piercing damage.
Yep, that's all that guy needed, as you drop him as well. And he drops to his horse as well, still sort of engaged with Doc's camel. But yeah, you drop him.
Also a jackass.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else from our ranger with a hot trigger?
I'm just
Yeah. So good. That brings us
dust
to
myself off a little bit.
There you go. Yep, you're able to do that. That brings us to our warhorse, Druid.
All right, I wheel around towards number 1. He's the one who just shot
Yep.
Basil. All right, and camera zooms in as I paw the ground a few times, and then start charging at him again.
I love it. I love it.
You can tell me because I'm the sand-colored horse with the same face paint on there.
Nice.
Nice.
And I'm charging him 19 to hit. Poopy damage, but he's got to do the DC 14 strength save again.
Okay, so you come at him.
And
He's gonna
I
he's
gave
gonna
him
make
6
this.
points of damage.
All right, strength save is he fails the strength save. He takes the
Ooh, yeah.
damage.
6 points, and then because he failed, I get a bonus attack with my hooves, with my back
All
hooves.
right, I love it.
That will is a 15 hit.
Yes, a 15 does hit.
Sweet. For another 11 points.
11 points of damage as you crush this Toreg. He is from the impact. He is completely trampled in the dust as you ride past with this equestrian genius of a halfling named Basil, who feels like, like he's found his calling to drive horses through the desert. It's quite amazing, actually. And you guys have eliminated the threat in front of you. As you look about, you can see not your guide, the scout guide that you were with.
He's gone.
Well, they took off down the canyon farther. Presumably you could try to follow them.
Let's make sure everybody's healed up, though, before we go. Seems like some of us are.
Do you say this in
Yeah.
horse?
Oh, that's right.
I turn around and lick your wound to be like.
Ow!
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Your animals look weary. You could take a moment to sort of stop your forward progression and maybe heal if you want to, as Lonan suggested, or whatever you'd like to do. But you do get the sense that you could follow if you wanted to try to track the scout. You could do that, your guide.
So my camel's gone.
Yes, that's true. Your camel took off in the opposite direction.
I mean, there are other slightly singed camels available now.
And there's horses too.
Horses, and you could try to find your camel.
Horses,
To be
true.
fair, you could try to track it as well.
Or you can double up with me if you want.
Can I quickly? I don't know how quickly, but could I make sure that we've got enough mounts, just in horse form, go to the other horses and sort of be like, hey, it's this way. This way.
Yeah, I think between the four of you, you could find a workable mount for each of you, for sure. Yeah.
I'll give Grogmar 5 points of healing for cure wounds. And I will give Basil also 5 points of healing as well.
Nice.
I like it.
Basil's gonna look at everyone and go, I think we should go as fast as we can. I don't know how. There were more than 3 of them.
I'm gonna hit myself with a cure wounds because I'm still down by a third.
A third. Good to know. Hey, Vamp.
I just healed 9, so I'm feeling better.
All right. Any other healing or anything that wants to take place?
Yeah, I think we need to go see if we can track the guide.
Okay, give me a group
Yeah.
survival check as you attempt to track your guide.
Ooh.
We'll start
Okay.
with Basil. Basil?
Natural one.
Okay,
one.
not bad.
For a
Murdoch?
total of 2.
Okay, nice. Murdoch?
15.
Lonan?
23.
Grogmar?
Nat 20, 26.
Whoa! You guys are rolling
Makes up for my pair of
very,
threes.
very well. That's awesome. Nicely done. All right. So yeah, you find the tracks, right? You find the tracks of that the camel's leaving in this sandy canyon bottom. You are following the tracks and you come around a bend and you see you don't see a camel. You see your guide laying on the ground, arrow shafts penetrating out of their chest, bleeding out. You can see that the sand around them is damp with blood. And they're still alive, you see, but they are about to die. Now you could, if you want to, you can use, just as a DM aside, you could use healing magics to help them out if you wanted to. But they don't look like they're long for this world. So I'll leave that up to you. But they see you coming and they say, I did what I could. It is there. It is there. And they reach out and they point down the canyon. And you can just barely start to see some structural elements of stone that are partially uncovered from the sand of the canyon. I've brought you here, and to the desert I shall be returned.
We should heal him.
We should not.
Let's see here.
We should not tarry. He's got arrows sticking out of him.
I'm gonna switch back into my form.
Okay.
Has a false on the sand.
It's the day.
And go over and see if I can medicine him to stabilize him.
Okay. Yeah, give me a medicine check.
It's a 13.
13, yeah, you stabilize him.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, friend.
I ask him who did this.
The Tareg. I took a few shots as we tried to escape, but I have done what I said I would do.
Perhaps you will not join Nerul today. And thanks, and pat him on the shoulder. Thank you for your service. And get up and
You're welcome.
leave him a little sack of water and start walking towards the ruins.
You probably kind of put him into the shade a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah. You're in this canyon there, and as you've followed the track of his camel, the canyon walls have gotten steeper, and you look up now and it's like 30, 40 feet above you is where the plateau is, and you're down in this probably an old river canyon. And you look around and you can see that there are a couple of entrances. Let me see if I can give you a little bit. I'm going to go over to the map screen here for folks who are watching us. You found yourself in this canyon. Again, these maps were created by a 2-minute tabletop. They're just fantastic. Really, really great maps. But let me zoom in here. You can see they had pointed across to this area here. You can see my pointer, and there is a opening, as it were, right here that goes into the canyon.
Ooh.
You see that? That's what you see. But they had been pointing farther down as well, farther to the left of side of the screen here.
All right. I think since we don't have Tarek breathing down our throats right now, we can go a little further down, maybe.
Does this have the different sand? The different hot snow?
Yeah, I think it
Sand-
might.
Roll sand check.
Roll investigation on the sand.
Former riverbed.
There is sand in here. And a lot of it has solidified into like a hard pan underneath your feet that's cracked, but it's still like a mud, like an old mud that hasn't been wet mud for maybe decades. Who knows? Certainly since the last significant rainfall in the desert. So it is different than what you've seen before.
I'll take a little bit.
Yeah, you can scrape some with your knife. Absolutely. What would you guys like to do?
Souvenirs.
I'd like to go down a little further, see what we can see as far as where he was pointing.
Sure, you guys continue farther down the canyon. and you can see that there is a secondary opening into the side of the wall of the canyon that goes into some sort of underground, I don't know, not a cavern, but like a cave kind of. It's definitely like enclosed, like there's a cave opening, that you would walk into the side wall of this canyon.
I think we should continue, see what we can see if this canyon ends.
Check for tracks maybe real quick. See if
Yeah.
any tracks are going off.
Sure, give me a survival check, Grogmar.
I'll give him guidance.
So add a D4.
You add a D4. Yeah.
16.
16. You see some odd tracks that you're unsure of what they might be. They're not foot tracks. I guess maybe they would give you a little bit of a vibe of Onkeg tracks, sort of like pointy, like little, almost like someone took a knife and kind of like dug it into the ground at certain locations, but in a pattern of multiple appendages leaving a track. Trach. That's not even a word. Track. It is now.
Short for trachea.
Yeah.
So you do see some sort of strange track that you do not know what it is.
Do we have a few minutes, maybe 10, 11 minutes or so? Or do we want to hurry?
Are you trying to get? Do you want like a drink or something? Is that what you're after? Do you want to take a little?
Always, but
drink break?
consistently,
Oh, right, I see.
consistently medicating throughout the day is the. I don't need I would just like to have this and ask a question of greater powers that be. We have some options, and I don't.
We're not in any particular hurry, I don't think.
Okay.
Go for it.
Basil's gonna sit down cross-legged on this like crunchy, stale, ancient mud. He's gonna pull out from his like the folds of his tattered cloak like some bones and some like burnt sticks and things, and ritual cast augury.
Ooh.
Okay.
Which means that he's also going to put down some cards and sprinkle a little bit of that northern leaf on top of everything, and then kind of like prestidigitate fire and light it all on fire. And it stinks. Like,
And this
it's
takes how
stanky.
long? 10
It
minutes?
takes 11 minutes. 11
Okay.
minutes. It's oddly specific, 11 minutes. You receive an omen from an otherworldly entity about the results of a specific course of action. And so the DM chooses from the following: wheel and woe, or nothing. So good, bad, meh, or irrelevant. And the thing that Basil's going to focus on is like the direction, right? Like we've got a path, a cavern, an entrance a little further back. We've got one right in front of us. We've got the canyon down a little bit further to the west.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we'll get to that in a second. I love this. Everything about this I love. I love augury. It's so fun. While Basil is going through this ritual, what are the rest of you doing?
I think we should go just walk a little bit further. There's a blind corner, it looks like, from where I'm standing.
Yes. Yeah. So you can certainly continue on. I mean, it's 11 minutes, right? So you can move farther down. Does anybody go with Lonan
Just
to
check that out.
investigate? Anyone want to join?
I'll
him?
go with him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go with him.
Doc, you can certainly work down that way. Grogmar, are you going to stick with Basil while Basil is taking care of some of these arcane duties?
Yep, I'm gonna stick around, maybe hide, and if anything, if I see that's bad, I'm gonna shoot it.
All right, put your token wherever you want it to be for hiding. As Lonan and Doc, and then give me a stealth check as well. As Lonan and Doc are making your way farther down, you see that there is indeed a more of an official entrance that is in the side of this canyon wall. And it looks as though there is a gate of some kind, a steel portcullis that has been dropped, barring the way potentially, but you can see beyond it that there is indeed man-made walls.
That's what I was looking for. Something not cave-like, because this is a Somme necropolis. I don't think it'd be living in caves.
No. This is the official entrance.
It looks that way. Perhaps we'll travel a little bit further, see if there's any other side entrances or hidden entrances that we have not spotted yet.
Let's do that. Yeah. Is these cliffs, are they like just like continuous, or is there like a ledge?
They are continuous. They are
Okay,
continuous,
that's cool.
but you can see that 40, 50, maybe 60, it's hard to tell, feet above you, that there is a plateau. Like you can see the sun is shining down, but the shadows are pretty deep inside here, especially along that northern wall. As you guys continue farther, you see that there is a fourth entrance to the cavern wall right here. Let me zoom out for folks who are viewing the map on our stream right here. Oops, that's not what I was looking for. Get rid of that. I want this guy right here. So there's this entrance here. There's the gated entrance. There's an entrance here and an entrance here that you found so far. Do you continue heading west?
I think just
think-
enough
yeah.
to see around that corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So go ahead and move your token to where you're talking so that I know exactly what you're talking about here. For folks that have been wondering, there is a little item on the screen here. If you're looking at the map, this right here, this is a timer of sorts. As things are happening, if you will. Doc and Lonan, you get down to the edge here and you see that there are some stairs here that go up. And you can ascertain that they go up, kind of winding their way, broken in many areas up to whatever that plateau is above you. Basil, let's go back to you for a moment. You are asking for guidance on remind me the direction of where you should go.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it like I'm going to be thinking about specifically, because it has to be like one action. I'm going to be thinking about this cavern, like right here. Like what will befall us if this is the path that we take. And I'm happy to repeat this for all of the options that we have, but Basil doesn't see that timer.
No.
So-
Basil doesn't see anything. Basil is busy.
Suddenly, like a white chalk mark thing appears in the air.
Yeah, no. This is for the meta game aspect of what's happening. The timer has clicked down, but it has given you enough time to garner a response, and that response is a shuddering sense, a terrifying, spine-tingling sense of otherworldly danger if you were to enter that particular corridor. How's that sound?
Well, that sounds
So I think that's whoa. I think that would be
Whoa.
I
considered
think that
whoa.
is-
Fall under whoa.
Whoa.
definitely. Whoa.
Whoa. Blossom.
Very whoa.
Basil's
story
gonna-
onwards.
Like sort of be kind of like moving and kind of over dramatizing his like ritual, and then like kind of stop and eyes open wide and look up at Grogbart. Not that way. And he's gonna point at that cavern. Not there. Not there, please.
Grogmar, do you have a response, or what did you roll for your stealth check?
That was a 11.
An 11 for your stealth check. Okay.
Yes.
In fact, let's get out of here if we can.
As you say that, my friend, you hear a strange sound coming from the direction that you had come from. Almost like a piercing, chittering, pattern of spikes, almost like digging into the dirt, the mud, the hard pan floor of the canyon. And Grogmar, with your passive perception, you can see that there are strange creatures that are moving in your direction. 3 of them. They appear to be, I don't know, something like part man and part scorpion, perhaps.
Uh-oh.
That's kind of what they look like right there, more or less. These are scorpion men, for those of us who have been paying attention. And they are, they appear to be moving in your direction. They don't appear to have taken notice of you yet.
Oh boy. So Basil has his answer. Like, he looks like he knows what's going on and stuff at that point. And I noticed these guys.
Mm-hmm.
So I am going to cast Long Strider at second level
Nice.
on Basil and myself to increase our speed by 10 feet.
Ooh.
For an hour, not concentration. And I'm going to point at him and point the other way and be like, let's go.
Oh, okay.
Now, are you going to try to stealth out of here or run like hell?
I've seen Basil stealth. So I think we should run.
Okay. I like it.
Because we've wisely split up the party.
Yes.
You have.
They're still within
Yes.
you.
All right. So go ahead and let's do this. Let's roll initiative. Let's roll some initiative. I have a feeling you'll be able to beat that.
I don't know, man.
All right, 25 to 20. Hey, thanks for the raid, you guys. We really appreciate you. We are engaged in a fundraiser for St. Jude Children's Research Hospitals. If you want to learn more and perhaps donate to the cause, here's the link. It's in the chat. We do have some in-game rewards for donations. So if you want to trigger Wild Magic Surge, you want to generate an even worse situation with a random monster thrown into here, I mean, that's up to you. There is a Tarrasque if you really want to get crazy. You can also help out our party by giving them, advantages and healing potions and that sort of thing. So, all right. So initiative, 15 to 20. Well, you guys suck at initiative, don't you?
Yes, we do.
Yep.
So bad.
Badly.
10 to 15.
So bad.
12.
All right, 12 for Lonan. 5 to 10? Jeez, guys.
7.
5.
Who said 7? 7 was Basil?
Good stomp.
All right. Wow, guys. I rolled a 6. So I'm right in there
I got a
with
6
you.
as well.
Yeah.
Natural ones suck.
Wow, natural 1 for the Ranger, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
which gives me
Grogmar.
a 5.
Oh, 5 total. All right, that's not bad. It's not good. And yeah. All right, so Lonan and Doc, you guys don't know this is happening. So you're not really in the initiative per se, like the classic sense, but what are you guys doing as you're over on this side of the map exploring? You found these stone stairs that go up.
Yes. So my goal, at least, was just to get eyeballs on whatever was around the corner, and we've done that.
You've done that. Yep.
And this riverbed continues on.
It does. Yep.
Okay. All right. So we've gotten eyeballs on that, and my goal was to be like, okay, we got those stairs up, we've got these 4 entrances, so go back to the other guys.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically,
Was the
and
goal.
maybe do something with that gate eventually if we can.
Yeah,
figure
the
it out.
rusty
Yeah.
metal bars that you said,
Yeah.
or
Yeah, you guys have found a couple of entrances. So just to remind folks where we're at here, there's an entrance here that looks natural that you haven't really, and you can investigate these closer too. Like if you walked up, you'd be able to see farther in. There's this gated entrance with the portcullis that seems to have been, in a down position, blocking. There's this space here, which is very friendly and encouraging for entry. I think this is a great option right here. And then there's one up here at the top right corner of the screen. So there's 4 options in this Jacquet style map here.
So the one closest to us, that look man-made or natural cave?
If you want to, you could spend your movement on this round to go and take a look at it and see what you can see.
All right. Yeah, I'll head. The goal being to go past it towards the metal grate one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just sort of peek in as I go.
So go ahead and place yourself. You could probably get like maybe here. Does that seem about right?
Sure. Maybe not even that close to the entrance. I just want to skirt that like that.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. So you're right about there. And that gives you a view of, I would say, into the space. Where you can see that there are actually some man-made walls and floor tiles. They seem to be mostly covered by sand, but it does look like perhaps over time erosion has allowed for a break into whatever the interior structure, man-made structure of this temple or necropolis might be. So that's your turn, Lonan?
Yeah. Basically just take a peek in there and try to make it as close as I can to the barred area, entrance.
All right, and then Basil, you're next in the order. You look over. Grogmar's like, "We gotta go. We gots to go." What are you gonna do?
So, am I already under the effects of long strider? Do I feel like I have a particularly long stride at this point?
Yeah, longer than normal for sure.
Longer than normal. I definitely see the skittering scorpion men.
Yeah, you look down the channel and you can see them coming. We'll find out if they can see you. How are you gonna get out of this? Because you're kind of in a boulder rubble pile right now, kind of sitting down doing your augury thing. So you've got a little bit of cover.
Yeah, but
you could run straight across. I'll lay out some options for you just as
into
an
the
idea.
place that gave
Right
me
here.
the most shuddering feeling of death. Yes.
Yep. You could
Great.
run into here.
Thanks, DM. Thank you, Dave.
You could go this way and kind of hug this wall, and I'd allow a stealth check if you kind of stay close to this wall here. Okay.
Yeah.
You like that better?
That's the move. I
I'm
like
surprised
that
that's
a
the one
lot
you
better.
took. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
all right.
oh yeah. I mean, I would have run into that thing if I didn't cast that spell. So I'm gonna go over here.
I think augury saved you from eternal damnation.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and make my way over here and just like if I'm trying to be sneaky. I can't do both sneaky and then also announce my presence to my party. So I'm just gonna be sneaky.
All right. So if you want to roll a stealth check to be sneaky, it's half movement and a stealth check.
I do. And that would be a 3 total for my stealth check.
Okay. So you're not very stealthy and you make it probably about here.
Yep.
Roughly.
I'm
roughly.
just really concerned about my wine at this point.
Yep.
Like
you've got this crate that you're lugging around. They're kind of like clanging. The bottles are clanging against each other.
Yeah. It's probably like a bag of 2 bottles left at this point.
At this
It's
point,
not...
okay. Yeah, I like it. A bag of bottles that are clanging against each other. All right, so let's just see if these guys notice you. These are scorpion men.
With a 3? I rolled a 3 on my stealth check.
Yeah, I know. It's not hard for them to beat that. Yes, they do see you, and they start to give chase. So let's go up here. We're going to grab these guys. Let's see. I would say with their movement, they can get here. They move really fast, by the way, faster than you guys do.
Cute.
That was the assumption for the spell.
What was your stealth check, Grogmar, or did you roll one? Maybe you didn't roll one.
I haven't. Before I rolled an 11.
Give me another one. Let's just see if they notice you as they're honing in on your friend
What
here.
a gracious DM.
I know, right? Hey, I'm rooting for you guys.
23.
Yeah.
23, you're well hidden. They don't even notice you. They're like running past. They use their movement and their action to do what they've done, so they have no additional action on their turn. Doc, I will say
Yes.
at this point, you look down the canyon and you can see these things running in your direction. And because Basil is clumsy as hell right now, you see Basil scrambling along the southern edge of this canyon, trying to get away from them.
No. I will. Oh, okay. I'm going to try and use my movement. So look. Get to there, I think. So about there. So now I will turn to Lonan and be like, "Oi, look down there."
Yeah. It's
We
only a
got a
matter of
problem.
time.
Yeah. So that's my movement. So what can I do? 5 foot. Yeesh.
Usually this is why
Yeah.
turn into
I'm
a
just
spider and
gonna-
scuttle away.
I'm just gonna put my hand out and try and cast Guiding Bolt on this one here, the one in the front,
Okay.
to try and at least try and slow them up or something. As I see Basil just like, so that will be 11.
11 to hit?
Yep,
That does not hit. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Murdoch.
that's fine. So that just goes fizzing by,
Yep.
and that's all I can do. Actually, bonus action. I can see Basil, so I will give him Shield of Faith. That's a +2 to your AC.
Great. Thank you so much. That's 13 AC.
Just in case. It's the best I can do.
I appreciate
it's better
it.
than
Every little bit
nothing.
helps. Yeah, that puts my shield up there.
That brings us to Grogmar. Grogmar, you have a shot. They don't know you're there. What would you like to do?
Yeah, but my buddy Basil's about to be not in good shape if the three of them go
It's not
at
good.
him.
It's not good.
So, I mean, I'll shoot from where I'm at, but I'm going to move towards Basil to try to keep him from getting slaughtered,
Okay.
as we say.
You get up, you rise up, you pull the string, you take a shot, give us a roll.
So, bonus action, Hunter's Mark on number 3.
Okay.
And then let's give it a shot. That sucked. That is only a 14.
A 14 does not hit.
I didn't think so.
You have a second attack though.
I do.
Come on, man.
25 to hit.
25 hits. The first one flies past, but the second one you take a moment and aim a little bit better as they're racing, click clackety down this hard pan canyon, and the second one rings true. You hit it right in the side.
14 points of piercing damage.
Wow, 14 on number 3. It takes notice of you, for sure.
Sure.
That's a wake-up call.
And I'm going to move here next to my buddy.
Okay. That brings us to the top of the order, Lonan. Now you see this happening as you turn from the canyon entrance back to the space, the canyon, and you see your friends engage with these creatures that are running down the canyon. Of course, Doc has pointed them out to you as well. Like, we got trouble.
Well, I just very calmly say, "Yep, it was only a matter of time." I look in their direction and wave my hand to cast Spike Growth in a 40-foot circle around them.
Okay.
The 150-foot range plus, so I think.
Yeah,
that is
you easily can
range.
target them, no problem.
All
Spike
right.
growth, I love it.
Becomes difficult terrain. And
Okay.
anybody in that area takes 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet it travels.
Okay, so would it be? It's a 40-foot radius, you say?
20-foot radius of
20
40-foot
foot.
circle. Yeah.
So I mean,
and I'm going to try to place it in front of them as much as possible. So basically, the last, if I can,
something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, what do I need to do? Is it just it's difficult terrain, so they have half movement kind of thing, and then they take damage on their turn, sort of?
Anytime they move.
Yep. Okay. All right, I love it. Do you want to move?
I'll move a little bit closer. Are these boulders like is something I can get a little bit higher up?
You could take cover behind them for sure. Yeah, or
Sure.
climb up on top of them. Yeah, absolutely.
Sure, I'll do something like that. What do they have in hand?
These guys appear to be wielding long swords and spiked chains.
Okay. All right. So no bows that can get me all the way over here. Okay.
No, they're built more for melee. It looks like.
Mm-hmm.
That brings us to Basil. Basil
And
Grogmar's. Sorry. Go ahead. Loner.
No, just sort of over here, ugly. That's what I yell at them.
Try to get their attention a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, you got it. Yep. All right, Basil. Grogmar's kind of raced up to your position.
Oh man,
Bottles clanging.
they're so deliciously placed for another cast of Fireball.
They really are. They really, really are.
I think that is what.
Look,
what
there's no
Basil's gonna
reason
do.
not to.
There's no
Yeah.
reason not to Fireball them.
Exactly.
I'm gonna cast Fireball.
Fireball's always the answer. All right, so dexterity saves. Here we go.
Oh,
Number 1. Actually, you know what? I'm going to roll these. Let's roll these on screen here. Number 1.
Jesus. Number 1. What did number 1 roll?
Number 1 rolled a 10.
Great, that fails.
Number 2
two,
rolled
I'm gonna
a
give a 3.
18.
They automatically. Nope. I gave them a 3 using my portent roll because I
Okay.
can see the creature and make them use one of my portent dice.
That's divine no, what is that?
That's
Divination, yeah.
Divination, right?
That
I
is
love that.
divination. That is like seeing just a glimpse into the future and going, nuh-uh.
Yep, I love that. So the second one fails, and then the third one gets a 15.
Okay, so the 15 succeeds. And
Okay.
we're looking at, good lord, 12, 17, 25, 34, 35 points of fire damage.
35?
Yeah, I roll
Holy.
crap for all my d20 rolls, but I will roll fireball damage through the roof every time. 35 points of fire damage to 1 and 2, and then half of that rounded down to number 3, which would be, what, 17?
Well, first of all, number 1 and 2 are erupt into flame and die. And then what was it was 17 for the last.
17 fire damage to the last one.
Yeah, you just killed all 3 of them. Nicely done, Basil.
Oh my god!
Now this, my friends, is
Unreal.
when you hear Lonan and Doc. You hear a chittering of scorpion men. I want to say feet, but they're not feet. You know what I mean? Scorpion legs. Chitter chattering on the stone stairs that led up above. It appears as though they are coming down the stairs. You have but moments until they arrive. What do you do at this moment? The immediate threat is gone.
I wave at my companions over to this place, the first place that we saw with tile that's not covered by a grate.
Okay.
Just sort of like point up, and then point to the cave there, and sort of make the come with me motion, and I make my way quickly in that direction.
All right, my friends, do you follow?
Yeah.
All right, so go
I-
ahead and place your tokens over by that entrance if that's indeed what you intend to do. As you make that entrance, Grogmar, you look back up to the south and you can see that indeed they haven't spotted you yet, perhaps. You don't get the sense that they are like they're not attacking you with any sort of weaponry, but you can see more of these scorpion men like coming down the canyon walls. Specifically over here at this location where there is a stairway that goes up right here. They are coming down and it looks like there is maybe half a dozen or more of them.
Gotta go.
All right, what's in this room?
So the 4 of you enter into what appears to be some sort of burial crypt. And I'm gonna open up some of this for you.
It's an necropolis.
How's that? There we go. Oops. That's not what I wanted. Well, that's the way it's going to be. All right. You enter in to this space here. I just accidentally showed you everything. Pretend like I didn't. You can see that there are small side chambers with stone sarcophagi on that western wall. You can see broken tile beneath your feet. Indeed, this was once a sealed off chamber that has since then been breached somehow by creatures or something that has broken through in the entrance that you are making your way into. There are remains of some individuals here, whether or not they were individuals inside the sarcophagi or not. And the canyon continues back farther into the space.
I say I point to the places, little alcoves there, and say, do the international hand signal for hide, in case they come in here, because they're right behind us, as far as we know.
Sounds like a good idea.
I will cast Pass Without Trace.
Sweet.
Good idea.
Maybe we'll get in the teens.
Well,
There we go. All right, you're going to cast Pass Without Trace, and you guys are going to try to hide in here. Where do you want to hide?
I think that first alcove looks pretty good to me.
Okay. Go ahead and move over into that space.
Basil's gonna follow Lonan.
are we all going in the same alcove? Is that what we're doing?
I think we can all fit there if we really want to.
Okay.
I may go to the second one.
Okay.
Looks a little
Join us, it's
tight.
crazy.
Looks a little tight in there.
Quite
I
cozy.
mean-
Come and join us.
I mean, if they see a leg sticking out, that's not going to be cool. So I'll.
You guys, give me some stealth checks. It looks like Lonan, Basil, and Doc will not get the benefit of the Pass Without Trace because they're not within, 10 feet? Maybe that's not right. I don't know. Check that for me, Vamp.
Oh no.
It's a
30.
little further, and yeah, I think it's 30. The whole party.
It says within 30 feet.
Oh, okay. All right. So you guys get it. You're within 30 feet. My apologies.
You trying to kill us, Dave? What's
From
going
a
on here?
No,
12
I'm
to a
just trying-
22.
I'm just trying to use the rules as,
What's
as they.
going on?
Oof.
I'm gonna give Doc an 18.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right.
22
so
here.
22, 18. Okay.
Unnatural 20.
Very nice. You guys
28.
feel pretty well hidden around these. Wow. Holy cow. Yeah, that's serious.
That's the first.
Around these little side chambers with these stone sarcophagi, there are various remains, some of them just bones, some of them what appear to be human carcasses that have dried and desiccated. The skin, the leathery skin, still attached to the bone, but stretched tight across the skeletal structure. You hide, holding your breath as you crouch behind these sarcophagi, and you can see because it's dark in here. First of all, the only light penetrating the space from this entrance here. You can see the shadowed silhouette of these scorpion men that you had seen, Grogmar. You have a really good view of them from your position right here. There are maybe 6, maybe 10 of them that come to the entrance. They peek inside. You can hear them conversing. You don't know what they're saying because you don't speak their language. But they seem to pull back. They do not enter the space. You get the sense that this place is shrouded in not just physical darkness, but psychic darkness. It's evil. You can almost taste it now as you catch your breath. You can see that the scorpion men seem to pose little threat to you while inside the space. But you hear something. You hear what begins as wind blowing through the chambers of the space. The wind sound kind of transforms into what now appears to sound almost like a laughter, like a cackle of some kind. Grogmar, you're the first one to notice it because you have the highest passive perception. But next to you on the ground is one of these dried husks of a corpse. You hear a crunch. And you look down, you can see movement as what you thought was a dead corpse begins to animate. Kind of like snaps forward and kind of looks at you. You look down and you can see this zombie-like creature. The other four, you also see this creature sort of begin to rise up, and you just hear this laughter. You have come to take from the tombs of my people. You shall not survive. You shall be devoured here. And now, my friends, is when I need you all to roll initiative.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
All right. Let's donate to those kids.
Yep, here we go. Here we go.
Oh no. Oh.
All right, let me get it. Okay. Oh, sorry, guys. I just rolled a natural 20.
So did I.
Oh no. Oh.
Hey,
All right. I like that. Let's go 25 to 20.
21.
21.
oh.
15 to 20.
15.
Guys, what the hell?
I know.
Classic.
10 to 15.
12.
And Murdoch, what'd you
8.
get, buddy? An 8. Okay.
8. Consistency.
All right. Basil, you are at the top of the order. What would you like to do with your turn as this creature is like kind of like pulling itself up on the stone sarcophagus and like looking over probably at Lonan, who's like right there next to it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Oh, man, this is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I am going to look at the two other friends in this alcove and say, I don't know where that's coming from. And do these creatures that are like rising up, do they seem to be like just like classic undead stupid zombie things, or is there some like cunning behind them? I'm gonna like use as much as I can to get a draw on these critters.
Give me an insight check.
Cool. That's a non-natural 20. It's a 20. 16.
Yeah, so this does not cause you an action. They look like sort of the classic mook zombie types.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to cast then Ray of Frost on this one.
Ooh,
I'm gonna
okay.
back up against the wall and cast Ray of Frost.
I like it. All right. So we'll call this number 1, number
It's
2.
15.
15 to hit. 15 is going to hit.
And that is 9 cold damage.
Ooh, nice. All right. It takes the damage as you unleash the cold attack. What else? Would you like to move or anything else?
I'm just gonna. Can I get under it? Is there like room to go underneath where it is? Like, is it on top of a bed or is it solid?
No, it's like pulling itself up from the ground.
Oh, cool.
And there's a sealed stone sarcophagus sort of in between you and it. So you kind of like reached up, you kind of like pulled yourself up over the sarcophagus and just unleashed your blast against it as it's kind of like pulling itself up.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna just whoop right down underneath, like, and try to hide, or get out of its line of sight from the sarcophagus.
All right. It is going to use half its movement to pull itself up, and then it is going to unleash a pair of claw attacks at Lonan. First attack is a 12. I don't believe that hits.
No.
And the second attack is even worse. That's an 11. I don't believe that hits.
No.
Grogmar, the one in front of you, same thing, pulls itself up. It's going to try to attack you with some claw attacks. 17.
That hits.
Ooh, okay. 17 for 8 slashing damage, and the second attack is a natural 1. It misses. That, my friends, brings us to the other ones. Let's see, I think they can move a total of... Oh shit, these guys are fast. So these are faster than the normal zombies.
Terrifying, just skittering across the floor at you types.
Yeah, you can see 2 more that come out of the darkness.
So these are Dawn of the Dead zombies.
Yeah.
Not Night of the Living Dead.
That's right.
No.
Yeah. And they're not quite 28 days later, but they're
Oh, okay.
and
primo
that
ones.
is when that, my friends, is when you hear that voice again. And actually, Grogmar, you're the one that hears it. It just says drop. So command is being cast at you. I need a wisdom saving throw. It's commanding you. The voice is commanding you to drop your weapon.
Dirty 20.
Yep, you fight it off. Yep, you do not succumb to the command as you maintain your resolve. It is now Doc's turn.
Okay, so Doc is going to walk out to about there. Do I want to do this now? Nah, let's go to him. And I'm going to take a swing.
Yes.
With my hammer.
Lovely.
Ooh, 12. Very
12 hits.
Oh, okay. That is 11 points of bludgeoning.
Nice. Yeah, you crack it with your hammer. Kind of like recoils and looks back at you, ready to take you on.
Bonus action. Oh, no, that's all I'm going to do. That's all I'm going to do.
All right, that brings us to... Did I go out of order? I think I might have. Lonan.
Yes. All right. The one next to me, I am going to go ahead and, since he's right up on my face, right? Basically.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Standing
Right.
kind of like right over you.
All right. Then I will thorn whip him. A whip, basically, of cactus-like, tentacle comes out and whips him. I gotta roll to hit. That's a 17. Take it that
17 hits. Yep, 17
All right.
hits.
For 6 points of damage.
6 points of damage. All right. Okay.
All right.
Anything else from our druid?
I think moving past him might trigger an attack, right?
Yeah, you could like jump up and slide across the sarcophagus and kind of get just next to Basil, just above the zombie. But yeah, if you move outside of its range of melee attack, it can take an attack of opportunity if you want. But don't let that stop you.
I'll stay right here. I'm fine.
It might not take an attack of opportunity.
What you just said sounded pretty athletic, and that's not Lonen's bag.
All right, Grogmar, you fought off the command. What do you do?
I'm not thrilled being this close to this guy. I'm a ranged guy, so I'm running out of there. I know it's gonna hit me, but I don't like being in the corner with this undead. So I'm gonna try to get out here.
It will attempt an attack of opportunity on you. And I rolled an 18 plus some things, so it will get one. 23, so it's going to slash you with its claws for 9 slashing damage as you try to escape from this small side chamber.
I'm not looking as good.
Oh shit.
But I'm
shit.
feeling like there's some blood coming out of me now. But
Lovely.
I'm shooting him twice.
So you kind of turn around and fire your bow at him.
Oh yeah.
Lovely. Let's do it.
First attack is a 21 to hit.
Oh yeah, that hits. Give me some sweet damage.
7 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Second attack is a 28 to hit.
Yes.
And because he's injured, I get another D8 for 17 points of piercing damage.
17. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2 shots right into it. It looks like it probably held its advance upon you back a little bit, but it doesn't look like it really even noticed. Anything else from Gogmar? You have more movement, I think.
I do. I'm going to keep moving over there.
Okay. Murdoch, we already did your turn. I went out of order, so I apologize for that. It's back
That's
up
cool.
to Basil.
That's fine.
Oh man.
Top of the order to you.
Grogmar's not looking good.
No.
Doc is engaged. Lonen's got this one. I think I'm gonna go for the zombie. I'm gonna Ray of Frost the zombie that's engaged with Doc.
Okay.
And that's a 19 to hit.
That hits.
Ooh.
That definitely hits.
Nice.
Beautiful. And that is 9 cold damage. Its speed is reduced by 10.
Okay. 9 damage and speed reduced. I'm just going to give it kind of a
He's
little...
just gonna just pop up and and pop down behind the sarcophagus again.
All right, I love it. That is when this sort of statue at the edge of this platform right here. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this guy right here.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that. It begins to open, and you can see that there's this mummy-like creature that kind of looks over to the corner and just, this is your death place. And is going to cast Insect Plague. I need Lonen and Basil and let's just see. And Grogmar and Doc, all 4 of you.
Oh, no.
Give me a Constitution save, please. As this swarm of locusts flies in from the entrance, a massive cloud, and they come over and they just start to swarm about you. Give me, let's go with Basil first.
6.
6, you say? Okay. That means, my friend, that you are going to take 4d10 damage.
Oh no!
So that's 20 damage. And that is piercing damage. As these locusts come in, they just start biting you all over your body. Lonan, let's get a saving throw from you, please.
22, natural 20 on the die.
Natural 20. Very nice. You take 10 points
10 points.
of locust damage. Grogmar,
That is a 19.
19. You take 10 points as well. And then Doc,
9.
9. You take 20 points of locust piercing damage.
Oh no!
And that
He
is
is not looking good.
that is this interred undead's turn, and then we have the zombies. This one comes up to you, Doc, and is going to make a couple of claw attacks on you. This is not looking good, guys.
No, it ain't.
I rolled a 24 to hit on you, Doc, for the first attack. That's going to be
That gets me.
8 slashing. Second attack is an 18.
Misses.
Oh, you're lucky. It comes down and slashes across the back of your neck where you're unarmored. But the second attack, you drop a little bit and it misses you. But however, there is number 3 right in front of you. So that one is going to take an attack. I rolled another 19. These dice are hot. 24 to hit.
19. Yeah, that hits.
8 more slashing. Second attack. We'll miss with a 4. Same thing.
Boom. The dwarf goes down.
The Doc is down.
Unconscious.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, Doc. Doc is down.
Night. Night.
All right.
That means I drop the +2 for Basil. That was concentration.
Oh, shit. Sorry, Basil.
The Shield of
Grogmar,
Faith goes.
Husk zombie coming your way. 23 to hit.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I just rolled max damage, so 9 slashing.
Ow.
Guys, this is for the kids. 21 to hit.
Yeah.
Until this TPK donate.
I just rolled max damage again.
Jesus!
Sorry,
I think we know what happened to our.
9 slashing.
I drop.
Ah!
Oh, no.
You know, I would hate to say that it hurts me to drop your character, Vamp, but it's kind of a tradition around here. And then there's one more zombie on you, Lonan. It's going to take 2 attacks. The first one is going to miss with a 10. Does a 16 hit you?
It does.
Okay, so that damage is going to be only 5 slashing.
All right.
So you guys are doing well. That brings us to Lonan.
We're good. We're good.
You're good.
So
I mean, you could leave.
Doc is down.
Yeah.
Doc is down and Grogmar
And
is down.
Grogmar's down. Ooh, that's not looking good.
No.
Mhm.
I mean, admittedly, this encounter has no balance whatsoever, guys. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, that's all right. That's for the kids.
You do have
I think so,
advantages.
listen.
Don't forget about all the advantages you have to use for various things.
I think I already used mine, but
I've used mine.
Use them on death saves.
Yes.
what I'm going to do, I don't have any ranged healing, so what I'm going to do is to try to get these bugs and these guys off of everybody. So I'm going to cast Wind Wall, and I am going to shape it as long as it's 50 feet, and I can shape it however I like. I'm going to shape little figure 8s around each of us to try to
Ooh.
get the bugs off of us, because flying creatures or bugs can't fly in it. And the zombies will be taking damage since they're right up on them, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Right. So that's what I have no idea how I'm going to get anybody out of here, but for now, the insects can't hurt them anymore, and the zombies will be taking damage.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you're able to do that, which is an awesome use of that spell. You're able to protect your companions from the locusts, which are flying about. They're indiscriminate. They're going after the zombies just as much as they are going against the four of you. So that is a good move. You will protect your friends from taking damage on the next
Any
turn.
creatures caught in it, like the zombies or the locusts, take 3d8 bludgeoning damage on a failed save.
Oh, what kind of save do we make?
Strength saving throw.
Oh, all right. So let's give the strength save. For number 1 is 16. Number 2.
You're looking for a 14, yeah.
Okay, so number 2 fails. Number 3 fails, and number 4 fails. So number 1 makes it, but the rest of them fail.
That's 15 points of damage for
Okay.
whoever failed.
Okay, so
And half as much, so 7 for those who did.
Got it. So 2 and 3 are dropped to the ground, which is probably going to save Doc's ass. Big time.
Thanks.
Yep. They're not going to tear you apart in zombie fashion. Anything else from Lonan? We're getting down to the nitty gritty here. It's coming up on the end of our session. What are you going to do, Lonan? Anything else?
I'm looking at. I sort of look up and say, "Oh, yeah, this one's a good one, Neryl. This is close." And I look over to my. Is it Basil who's still standing?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
I say, if you absolutely need to, you can run through that wall, through the wind wall, but it'll hurt.
Oh, good to know. Not going anywhere.
All right. And I look.
He's like,
I look at the mummy type figure
Mhm.
and say, "Yo, go."
Fair enough. That brings us to Grogmar. We need a death save from Grogmar.
$16.
All right, so you got 1 success. Doc, I need a death save from you, my friend.
Okay, here we go.
Come on. Natural 20. Let's hear it.
That's a 2.
Oh, that's 1 failure for Doc. Basil, top of the turn.
Basil's looking rough. He's gonna look up at Lonan and just sort of like clutches. Should we flee or should we screw with the guy in the mummy costume?
Well, no kink shame.
Good save.
I look at you. It's not looking good for us. I'll be honest.
No.
So if
Dude,
you, there's no
chaos?
shame running away.
Chaos or risk? Chaos or risk? Which one? Pick one.
Run.
Run. Run.
Get
is what I
out of
say.
there.
Run. Okay.
Get out of there. This is a mummy lord.
Yeah, he's gonna point at the mummy lord and use his wand of wonder and hope for the best and
Ooh,
prepare to
nice.
get the heck out of here.
All right.
And that is a 25.
That hits.
Detect thoughts. I just get to detect the mummy lord's thoughts as I'm fleeing.
Okay.
I'll kill you.
The mummy lord's thoughts are that they view you as just the latest in a centuries-long attempt to uncover the secrets inside of this necropolis that will fail like all the others have.
Yeah, not looking good.
Where do you
Let's
run?
go. I'm gonna run around here.
All right, you're gonna
And
take an
then,
attack
like-
of opportunity, which is fine.
I
Do you
have to.
Yeah. Are you hit on a 14?
Not if I cast shield.
Smart. I think you should.
I'm definitely
Good
going
idea.
to.
All right, so it kind of
Um,
like scrapes against you, but the magical energy of your shield buffets the attack. You run through now. Lonan, is Basil going to be running through the wind at this point?
Yeah, as I said, unless I can drop it as a free action, but I don't think I can. I think I have to drop it on my action, but I'm not
Okay.
100% sure about
So
that.
Basil, you're just like you throw the shield up as you race past this husk zombie. You close your eyes as you enter the wind and you run through it. Is that what you're doing?
You can wait until my go, and then I'll drop it, and we can both run. But
I am going to. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Oh, man, I'm gonna wait. I have to. I can't run. I have like no HP left, so I'm gonna like not run through the thing that's gonna instantly kill me.
All right.
So I would definitely wait and like yeah.
Okay.
Walk like
Not a
up to
problem.
it and like.
Not a problem at all, Basil. However, it is now my turn.
Oh no.
Yeah.
PPK for the kids.
for the children.
All right, here's what happens. Basil, as you're running, you look over at the mummy as you're trying to gather its thoughts, right? You look over at it. It glares down at you with what's called a dreadful glare. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, great. Great. 9.
You look over and lock eyes with this thing, and you see the most demented vision in your mind of decay, the fall of a dynasty, the desiccation of the land. It's like you get to relive the history of the Bright Desert, with it going from this lush, verdant, beautiful place to being desecrated and destroyed through greed. And you are paralyzed. You cannot move physically. And that is until the end of my next turn. You are also extremely frightened, by the way, in the mechanical sense. And then it is the one zombie is still on Grogmar. It's going to make an attack. It's going to have advantage on the attack on Grogmar.
No.
Yeah, that's going to hit. It'll be a critical hit because you're down. I think you take 2 failures as a result.
Sure do.
It's just kind of like tearing you. You watch as it's in Basil. You can't do anything about it because you're like paralyzed. This thing is tearing your friend to bits, and it's for the kids, so it's okay. Lonan, it's your turn.
All righty.
Oh, actually, the one in front of you is going to try to attack you, Lonan.
Okay. Yeah.
That's going to miss, and that's going to miss. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
It's like
I'm gonna try to get out of there.
It's time to run, guys.
Yep. Basil, how much does Basil weigh?
You could pick him up.
Okay.
Yeah, you could definitely pick him up, but he's
All right.
just stopped, like dead stride, like he's not looking at you or making any sounds or anything.
Yep. Don't move. Okay, gotcha. I'm gonna just book it. I'm gonna grab him and go. Is my move and my action.
Okay. I will say this.
I yell back, we'll be back in 12th level, you bastard.
All right, so here's what we're gonna say, because we're low on time and we're gonna raid into Lord Gazumba here in just a couple of minutes. I'm gonna say this, Lonan, you are able to grab Basil. You're able to race past this zombie that is tearing your friend Grogmar apart, just disemboweling in the classic zombie sense of the term. And Doc is laying on the ground unconscious. You're not sure what the status of Doc is, but you make your way out. You race out of that portal into the canyon, and as you do, there are about 20 scorpion men that surround you as you're carrying this paralyzed halfling in your arms. And we are going to have to maybe come back to this at some point to see what that means, as you guys have at least found this lost city of Kilgokel. And
Kill us all.
And it killed you all, yeah.
Kill us all.
Kilgokel.
Wow.
Nicely done, guys.
Nice.
Yep, this was not a
Amazing.
place that you should have gone. So when I asked you if you wanted to do this one shot, you probably should have said, no, we don't want to go there. The Bright Desert sounds scary. But I hope you guys had a good
Disneyland.
time. I hope you had
Just
a good time.
Disneyland. Let's go there next time.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Thank you
You can
guys
totally
for
take
playing.
Mickey.
I really appreciate you guys for playing. Hopefully you had a good time. I certainly did. And hopefully the folks
thank
who
you.
were hanging out
Yeah.
with us for the last 4 hours also had a great time. Thank you everybody for making donations to the cause here. We do still have some time here before we raid into Lord Gazumba. If you want to click over on that donation link and give a couple of bucks, we would appreciate it if you can. If not, just help spread the word and hang out and hang out with us through the rest of this awesome weekend of gaming. We've got Lord Gazumba going tonight, and then there's a bunch more stuff happening tomorrow. Lots of opportunities to raise money for this amazing charity. So before we depart here, I want to go around the table and give my awesome players an opportunity to let us know who they are, where we can find them, all that good stuff. Let's go ahead and start with Jose.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jose. I was playing Lunin tonight. I am as far as the RPG world is concerned, I am a artist who works in the TTRPG industry. Got a few things on the burner right now, and I will tweet about it, I'm sure, when I can. You can find me at Judge Ortiz Art on Twitter. And commissions are open still. And speaking of which, we've got somebody who donated $200. I'm not sure if they have a way. I don't know
That's
how
right.
you want to do this, Dave. How do we want to contact?
I
or
will
have
figure
them
that out.
contact us?
I will reach out to them and see if that was for the character art, which I think it might have been. So thank you so
Great.
much. I've got your artwork up on the screen, Jose. This amazing portraiture that you did for this game is just outrageous, so beautiful.
Thank
you do the best eyes in the business. I know I've told you that before. I love the way that you create these characters. You can just like see into their souls through the eyes, right? So really, really cool stuff. And I am thrilled to have had a chance to play with you again. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Always a blast, guys. Always a blast.
Let's jump over to Shiv across the pond, buddy. Hi.
Hello. I'm Shiv, and you can find me everywhere. I am Shiv, and yeah, I was the doc for a little bit until it was just ripped to pieces. But no, it's been an awesome time to play. It's for a good cause. So yeah, it was outstanding. Everybody was fantastic, and yeah, love it. Love every minute of it.
Shiv, I'm so glad that we met over on Heroes and Hooligans and had a chance to pull you into some more games. So you're really fun to play with. So
thank you very much.
Get ready for
Hope
more
there's
games. Yep, there's more to come for sure. Let's jump over to my good buddy Scoozy.
Yo, I am Scoozy, and you can find me on Twitter at ScoozNews. But you can mostly find me at Superior Adventures Guild playing other stuff. I'll be hanging out with Bleak Season, playing some Shade Song over the next few months. And I was playing Basil, Good Stump, and we'll see. I have no idea. There's like I love that the fate is just sort of, it's not looking good.
That's the way I like to end things. It's just like, I don't know. Maybe.
Who knows?
Yeah.
It's like when Indiana Jones runs out of the temple and then it's just surrounded by.
Yes,
Yep.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
And they had sequels to that, so I think we're going to be all right.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Scoozy, such a pleasure to play with you again. We've played together in a couple of games now. We've known each other for a long time. I'm so glad that I discovered that you were a D&D nerd like me, and now the sky's the limit on what might happen next. So I'm really happy to have had you in this game. Thanks for making the time to help us raise money. Appreciate it. And let's go now to the guy that I'm going to be sleeping with in just a matter of weeks. My good friend Vamp Wickman. Hello, Vamp.
What's up? Vamp Wickman here. Vamp Wickman on all the socials. Today I added Grogmar to the pile of corpses that is DM Dave's Games. It's just another donation. I had a blast doing this. And again, this was all for charity for St. Jude, one of the world's premier pediatric cancer institutes. Its mission is to find cures for children with cancer and other catastrophic diseases through research and treatment. So all this money is for a great cause. It's great being part of this. I'm glad we're doing this all weekend, jumping from one stream to another. It's the best. So yeah, and then after this, I'll be at Gary Con, making friends, being much closer to Dave.
Oh yeah,
Buddy.
That's what I like to hear. Chad, it's always a pleasure to have you in the games. Yeah, I'm glad we connected, and it's been really, really fun to get to know you better. And I'm excited to see you at GaryCon. We're gonna have a blast. If you are going to GaryCon, make sure you hit us up. We'll be there. We'll be playing games. You'll see us in the hallway playing with Mark and a bunch of goofballs. We'll be floating around. So yeah, come and check it out. It's a really, really fun time. Gosh, thank you all. My name's Dave, DM Dave, Dungeon Master Dave, whatever you want to call me. You can find me over on the Guild Superior Discord channel on Twitter. I just posted a link in there. If you want to get involved in games over on Guild Superior, we've got a bunch of stuff going on. We've got stuff coming up. I'm starting a new Mothership RPG game tomorrow, for example. And then we've got some Monday Night Mayhem on Monday. We've got our Heroes of Greyhawk on Tuesday night. And then we're getting ready to start a new Shade song on Thursdays, and Scoozy is going to be involved with that. Armin, great to see you, buddy. We've been missing you for sure. Thanks for the resub. We are going to go ahead and raid into Lord Gazumba. The opportunities continue to make a difference in kids' lives. So please, if you have the opportunity to donate to the St. Jude charity, please do. We appreciate you guys for hanging out with us for the last couple hours. We had fun. Hopefully you had fun. Let's go over and give Jay and his crew over there a big, good old-fashioned Guild Superior love. We'll see you guys later. Thanks so much. Take it easy.